Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning, my gorgeous, gorgeous friends. Welcome to a very special weekend here on Sewing Street. I am celebrating, hopefully you are celebrating, my 3rd anniversary here on Sewing Street. Oh my goodness, where has the time gone? Man and boy, it's been an absolutely wonderful 3 years, and hopefully I've got at least another 3 in me. It is wonderful to be here. Thank you for joining us. We are running our biggest ever shop to win this weekend. Oh my goodness, it's huge. Would you like to win a sewing machine? Yeah, you heard me right. Not just any old sewing machine, an Elna Experience 450 plus extra goodies over £400 worth. Do you know what you need to do in order to win? Clues in the title, shop. That's all you've got to do. Every time you shop, every time you check out your basket, you'll be entered into that prize draw to win the Elna 450 plus. We will have a different shop to win tomorrow. So today, by shopping with us today, anytime between now and midnight, you could win that sewing machine. How cool is that? It's our biggest ever shop to win. Lots of you have already been shopping this morning. Thank you. You're already entered into that prize draw. Who knows? One of you could be a winner already and you don't even know it. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful weekend ahead of us here on Sewing Street. Thanks for being here with us. We're going to start, though, as we always do, with our early bird. Oh, it's a doozy. It's a doozy. I love it when we do an early bird that's like, oh, if that's ever an early bird, I'm going to get that. It's the Stripology XL. I bet this is on your list, right? We've all got a wish list. I know I have. Stripology XL is our early bird today. As an early bird, how fantastic. We don't normally go lower. In fact, let me just show you a price comparison. If you shopped elsewhere, now I'll be honest with you, very often when I'm looking for something to buy, my first stop is Amazon. If nothing else, to compare the price. I think for a lot of people, Amazon's there. Well, you look and then you buy. You don't even look elsewhere. Because I think lots of us assume that Amazon will be the most competitive. £89.29. That's the cheapest we could find the Stripology XL on Amazon. £89.29. Now, I've got a funny feeling this is coming from America. And I'll tell you why. I don't know, but it says US imports may differ from local products. It's not saying specifically it's from the US, but I think it probably is. Also, the price seems a bit funny. Oh, yeah, sold by Amazon US, and also delivery on the 10th of September, which makes me think, yeah, that's coming from abroad. So that's a red flag for me because, you know, you start paying import duty, very possibly shipping fees as well, and that price is going to add up to even more. But even at $89.29, that does not compare with our regular everyday price, which is $69.99. And I'm really focusing on price at the moment because I know that most of us know what the Stripology XL is all about. But it's going to be our early bird. So I think let's just go in there, Hannah. What are we going to pay today? Give me a special anniversary price. There it is. There it is. That's the £10 off. Stripology extra large. This is the ultimate, isn't it? This is the one that does everything that Stripologies do. The Stripology Mini, Stripology Squared, but we've got XL. So we can square up our blocks, we can cut our background blocks up to 12.5 inches, we can cut strips, we can cut squares, rectangles, hexagons, diamonds, triangles, you name it. And I think the best thing about it is it's such a safe system, such an accurate system. Lay it on top of your fabric, trim the edge, and then cut, all those multiple strips. Turn it, you can cut again. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant product. And today you're saving an extra £10. Now, one of the things that you get on all of your Creative Grids rulers is the non-slip coating. And this is literally between every can you see that? It's kind of slightly frosted. Between every single cutting line, there is a non-slip strip. And it's all almost kind of engraved into the ruler. So it's not going to peel off, it's not going to wear out or lose its gripability. It's such a cool feature because miscuts ruin fabric, don't they? So, a little message. Happy 3rd anniversary, Stuart. Hope you have many more. Have a fab weekend. Lots of love. Oh, Susan in Hampshire, thank you so much. And Susan, I will be in Hampshire from tomorrow for a great Lewis and Irene event. Morning, Stuart. You really make my day. Happy anniversary. Ros from Birmingham. Oh, Ros, thank you so much. That's really cute. Thank you. Another one. Thank you. Happy 3rd anniversary, Stuart. Here's to many more to come from Kirsty. Oh, big kiss for you as well, Kirsty. Oh, and good morning, Stuart. I am ready to order some of your fabulous fabric collection from Heidi in Milton Keynes. Thank you, Heidi. It is the launch of Hajime, my brand new fabric collection, this morning. We'll get to it in just a mo. Thank you, Heidi. Oh, really, really lovely to have your company. We've got so many treats coming up over the weekend. It's going to be absolutely fabulous. Would this be a good time to do that menu? Let's do it. Let's do the menu. Here it is. Right, so first things first, 8 a.m, it is the launch of my Hajime Fabric collection. At 9 o'clock, we have got the William Morris Vintage Floral Star Quilt with Delphine. This is a magnificent quilt, absolutely beautiful. At 10 o'clock, I'm going to be introducing you to some brand new products from Soak. We have got Flatter and we have got Soak with the Eco Wash Bag at some amazing prices. At 11 o'clock, right through till 1, I've got Garry from Juki here, and we've got the blind hem machine. We've also got the DX3 sewing machine and 2 different packages of feet. Amazing prices. Amazing prices. We've got a foot package for quilters and patchworkers and a foot package for dressmakers. I couldn't believe the price. Absolutely fabulous. Remember the shop to win. Every time you check out your basket, you'll be entered into that prize draw to win an Elna 450 plus experience sewing machine and assorted extra goodies. So, I mean, what an incredible opportunity. Morning to Pam, morning to June, Susan, Julie, Ange as well. Good morning, Sandra, Steph, good morning. Oh, she says it's a joy to have you like a friend and I can rely on. Oh, get the cakes in. Yes, please. Hilary says morning. Pat says morning. Maria, Tina, Jan, and Deborah. Thank you so much, everybody. It's so lovely to have your company and your messages. Right, let's get straight into it because the fabric is already going absolutely wild. Let me tell you about Hajime. So Hajime is a Japanese word and it means to begin or to start something afresh. And I've been designing fabric collections now for quite a few years. But I've just joined with Lewis and Irene. We love Lewis and Irene. I've loved Lewis and Irene since they hit the scene. And I always felt like Lewis and Irene, when they arrived on the scene, they just arrived fully formed. I just loved everything about the company, their beautiful fabrics, great quality. So it's an absolute joy to be working with them now. This is my first collection. It was inspired, I love Japanese fabrics, I love Japanese culture, I absolutely love men's kimono. and I love the colours, the indigos, the blues, the tans, the creams and the golds. And so I wanted to put together a collection that kind of brought together these elements, but also I wanted to give it a bit of a more modern, fresher feel rather than just reproducing antique fabrics, you know? So I love me a bit of mark making. So I love doing things like these hatched brushstroke designs. I love sashiko, kind of interpreting different Japanese motifs in a different way. These gorgeous florals that look stitched almost. I wanted them to look like they would worked with blanket stitches and embroidery stitches. I love a kind of chalky, wobbly stripe. Just love those motifs. So yeah, it was just a lovely collection. It's 18 different fabrics in the collection. And we've got a mega bundle. Shall I show you the mega bundle? Would you like to see the mega bundle? Oh, I've had so much fun. Actually, before I show you that, can I just very, very quickly show you a few of the samples? Obviously, behind me, this is my new tangled quilt done in Hajime. I've got a kit for this. All right. In fact, I've got 2 kits. You get a fat quarter of all 18 fabrics. It's the only way to get fat quarters of this range, but you get a fat quarter of all 18. And then you get your background fabric as well in the kit. There's a Bumbleberries cream, which is what I've used for this. And then there's also a cream solid, which also works absolutely beautifully, perfectly for this design. And you also get the pattern included in the kit, and you get the pattern for free. Because I know I encouraged lots of you last Saturday when I was on with John to buy the pattern in advance. Well, your bundle does come with a pattern, but for everybody, that pattern is completely free. You're not paying for that pattern. Those bundles are coming up very, very shortly. I also wanted to show you, I've got a lovely cushion here as well. That's in your pattern too. Right in front of me, I've got most of the fabrics from Hajime made into this wall quilt. Now, this is my Bright Hopes quilt pattern, and this is the wall hanging version. I did add an extra little sneaky border around the outside, which you could do as well, just to get even more fabric in. But one block, and then just surrounded by all these lovely fabrics. And then last of all, a little bag that I've made. I can grab that. Shall I grab that one? Yeah. So this little bag. Now this actually, if you're coming on my workshops at the Lewis and Irene event on Monday or Tuesday, this is the bag we're going to be making. So I've just used a few of the fabrics to create this bag. Easy, just lovely, great way to show off the fabrics. So there we go. You could use your scraps up to make that. Right, let's dive into the mega bundle. Well done if you've already checked out. Okay, so here's my mega bundle. It's 127.84. Now for that, you're getting 9 meters of fabric in total. That's half a meter of all 18 fabrics from the collection. So if you wanted to make this quilt that's hanging behind me, but for a double bed, then you absolutely could. You've got plenty of fabric here to do that. Let me show you the fabrics. You get a meter for free in that bundle, by the way, a whole meter. Your half meter is £7 and 10 pence. Wow, £7, 10 and a half. That's amazing. That's fab. Absolutely fab. Right, let me show you some of these fabrics then. So I'm going to pull out the large floral. Oh, do you know, I absolutely loved designing this collection so much. So it kind of centres around these 3 large floral prints, which is where I started. And again, I wanted it to look like it had been hand stitched with blanket stitches and French knots and running stitches and all that kind of thing. I just absolutely love that look. And you've got it in the deep indigo, the sky blue and the tan. I've made a bag in this tan as well for my next book. Ooh. This one here, there are a lot of Japanese fabrics which feature kind of different elements across but I wanted to give it a fresher, more updated look. So there's a little sashiko, a little texture, a little floral, sort of elements from other fabrics within the collection that come together. This would be lovely for dressmaking too. So you get 1/2 metre of every single one of these. There is a light blue. This is like a stitched design with almost little stitched elements within. 1/3 of the stock of the mega bundle has gone already. Well done if you've got yours. So you get that in a mid blue and also the sky. Then you've also got this beautiful all over floral. I used this actually in my bag. So tucked inside, you have a facing which I've put round the top. Because you know what, linings should be beautiful too. Sandra from Lincolnshire says, morning Stuart, happy anniversary. Love how you've designed the fabrics I had to purchase. Oh, it's Sandra from Santangor. Thank you, my darling. Can't wait to see what you do with it. 1/2 the stock gone now. 1/2 the stock gone if you want to get the mega bundle. Wow. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh. Thank you so much, everyone who's messaged in, by the way, to say well done for 3 years. And they said it wouldn't last. I'm joking. Then we've got the hatched design, so kind of brush strokes. So you've got that in the gold. I wanted this to be quite sort of chunky feel, different sort of change of texture, change of scale. You get that in the gold. I use that on the bottom of the bag. You also get that in the deep blue, and you can see again how I've used that in this quilt. I've used it here, and it really lifts the design, doesn't it? Having that little bit of gold here, and also in the border. And then I've used the navy hashed in the binding. So you've got some lovely strong accent colours there to use. Okay, all 1/2 metres, remember. You've got this large floral, and then you've also got a smaller, not the same, but a reduced scale. Can I mention as well, the quality of the fabrics has absolutely blown my mind. I knew that Lewis and Irene did beautiful quality fabrics, but this really, wait till you get it home, it feels like silk. It's cotton that feels like silk. It is so smooth. It is so silky feeling. I can't think of another way to describe it, really. It is absolutely beautiful. This fabric, this is very possibly my favourite fabric in the whole range. Sticker free, sticker free. Look, let me just pop that down there. Can you see that? I'm just in love with this. Shirt, dressing gown, kimono. Okay, 2/3 of the stock now. Please check out your baskets. 2/3 of the stock. I'm going to pop that there. Love, love, love that. Tumbling blocks. Absolute classic. Sort of rendered in like a sort of sashiko style stitching. You've got that tumbling block effect. I always want fabric to be easy to use. That's really important to me. The fabric needs to be easy to use. I don't want you to look at fabric ever and think, oh, that would be difficult to cut out. Oh, where would I use that? I want it to be easy to use. I also always want you to look at fabric that I've designed and think, oh, perfect for patchwork. Oh, I could make a shirt out of that. Oh, that would be lovely on a bag. Oh, I want to make cushions out of that, or a throw. You know, versatile fabric. Floral, but like a sharp outline floral. I've done that in 2 colours, the mid blue and also that gorgeous sky. Now, I couldn't not do a stripe. I love what I always call a wobbly stripe. Printed from selvage to selvage. This gives you the option of being able to do things like straight cut binding or borders, but also on the bias as well. Terrific. 3/4 of the stock of this mega bundle has gone. I think we are approaching limited stocks on this. Wow, thank you so much. Do you know, I said to Hannah, our lovely producer, before we came to, I'm a bit nervous. Because we all put, you know that you put so much effort into everything you make. And it's no different for professional designers and, you know, you name it. I think we're all cut from the same cloth, literally, aren't we? And we all worry, is this good enough? Do you want to, and I worry, but I'm so glad that you're loving it because I love it. Dawn's message, she's asking, hi, Stuart, is there enough in this bundle to make the quilt? Love, Dawn. Well, Dawn, there's actually 2 bundles. There's double what you need, more than double what you need in this bundle to make the quilt that's hanging behind me. But this is 62 inches square. And if you wanted to make a quilt, say, for a double or a queen size bed, then you can get the pattern on its own. You can get this mega bundle and then some ivory or some cream to go with it. So you can, we've done bundles with fat quarters to make this quilt, but yeah, there's loads in here. But equally, you'll want to use this for making things like some bags and some tableware and some accessories as well, I think. Morning, Stuart. Love your new fabric. Ordered it. That's from Terry. Oh, thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry. Is that Terry who used to come to my classes? Margaret says, happy anniversary, Stuart. Is there a pattern for the bag and the kimono, please? From Margaret. Well, now then, let me tell you. I've got 2 more fabrics to show you in a second. This bag is from my book that comes out next year. This is one of the bags. So there isn't a pattern for this at the moment. If you're coming to my class at Lewis and Irene, you get a sneak preview, you get the pattern, but everyone else has to wait till next year. But you know, there's lots of different ways you could make that. Now it's called a Haori jacket. It's a quilted jacket. And the pattern for this is actually in my brand new book, Quilts from the Country, which we launch at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Now, obviously this isn't made using Hajime, but I couldn't not bring it on because wouldn't that look gorgeous made in Hajime? Absolutely beautiful. So I thought, well, while we've got a mega bundle, you might like to get ahead of the game. You need around about 21, 22 fat quarters or thereabouts, or the equivalent, to make the jacket. So yeah, you know, I think it will be beautiful, absolutely beautiful, made in Hajime. The half-meter bundle would be ideal. Okay, right, I'm just looking at the mega bundle. I've got very low figures now left, and there's way more. How many in baskets, Hannah? Oh, wow, okay, so a third more in baskets than we have. This is the best price for half meters of everything. You get a meter for free. Absolutely gorgeous. 2 more fabrics to show you very quickly. So you've got this, again, this is another of my favorites. I love that deep denim-y blue. Love that deep denim-y blue. Use this for another bag in my new book. Love that. And then this one right here, which is this kind of trailing vine pattern. And again, just introduces this really deep navy, but then softened with this sort of pearl. Yeah. So that is the Hajime collection. So you've got large feature prints, you've got stripes or line elements, you've got your dot, your spot elements, you've got your blenders, you've got everything you need there to create some really beautiful projects. Again, I just want to show you this. A lovely message from Kate. Happy anniversary, Stuart. This is the first time I've seen a collection that I've loved every single fabric which makes it up. Kate and Gwen. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That is really lovely. That is really lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, what I try and do is make sure that the whole collection will work as a whole. So for something like this, or maybe for the Haori jacket, or this quilt in front of me, actually. This one, I'll just hold that up for a second so you can get a better look. I used almost every fabric. It's probably about 4 fabrics that I didn't use in there, but I could have done, was tempted. But also, I wanted fabrics that would work. You could just pick 2 of them and make a lovely bag, or 3 of them and make a bag, or 1 of them that would make a beautiful shirt or a dress or a scarf or something like that, you know, or that you could just team 2 or 3 together. Right. Oh, literally, I've got 6 mega bundles left. Over 40 in baskets, but there are 6 left. So last few chances for the mega bundle. Now, before we do the individual half meters, we need to talk about the quilt kits. Yeah, we'll start with the one that's got the bumbleberries in it. So this would be to make exactly this quilt, because this is the background fabric is bumbleberries. And I think the thing is, we're using these lovely, you can see that lovely texture in the background, can't you? You can see that bumbleberry. You can see that bumbleberry in the background. So if you love that sort of little bit of texture in the background, this is the bundle to go for. Now, I've got more in baskets for this kit than I have available. I've got low teens available, and I've got high 20s in baskets. Sounds like the weather report, doesn't it? It's going to be high 20s in Redditch today. Yeah, I've got low double figures for this, low teens. Let's have a look at the bundle and let me show you what you got. So first of all, you've got your instructions. These are free in the kits. You are not paying for these. The pattern itself is for my new quilt, which is called Tangled. The Hajime version is on the back, so you've got your reference point there. You also, in the pattern, you get the pattern for the cushion. So that's this one right here. So one block, excuse me, made up into a cushion. I've added a little border around the outside edge. This is a really, really nice place to start because you learn how to make the block, you learn the techniques. It's something useful and beautiful. The pom-poms are optional. They're extra. I'm unapologetic. I love a pom-pom. What can I say? And I've used that little floral on the back. So if you're going for the half-meter mega bundle, by the way, you'll have plenty to do things like this. So you get your cushion. So make that first. Then you get the pattern for the 9-block quilt. Okay, full instructions for that too. Then you also get full instructions for making a 3-block on-point runner. You could use this as a bed runner, a table runner, you decide. And you get your layout. You've got your layout here for your quilt. You've also got colouring sheets for the runner and the quilt. Now, I've deliberately put a very faint tint. You can see it quite clearly, a faint tint. I did that deliberately because with no tint, it's really hard to see the over and under, the woven. And I thought, how confusing would that be for you to try and colour it in? You can't see the wood for the trees. So I've coloured it in lightly so you can see where to go. So you get that. Then, now this is an extra. So the quilt has full piecing instructions. It is not templates. It's strips, squares, rectangles. That's all. Okay? It's stitch and flip. However, there is also a foundation for paper foundation piecing. There are 2 different units. You just photocopy it and stick them together. If you love foundation paper piecing, there is a bonus foundation. I don't give instructions for how to do foundation piecing because the pattern was meant to be for everybody. Stitch and flip, squares and rectangles, easy peasy. But then once I'd made the quilt, I thought, actually, you could foundation piece this. So I thought, I'll bung it in as a little extra. Why not? Why not? And if you're an experienced paper piecer, you can foundation piece this with 2.5-inch strips. So it's a good pattern for a jelly roll. Now, you also get 4 meters of the bumbleberries background. This is the difference between the 2 quilt bundles that I've got, your background fabric. You get 4 meters. Now, can I just say, I've been generous with the 4 meters. I don't want you to be without. I want you to have plenty. You are going to have plenty. This is your binding as well. Okay. Oh, actually, no, it's not your binding. What am I talking about? It's not your binding. You've got your, yeah, it is your, it isn't your binding. I know, what can I say? Now, what I would say is, if you want one single fabric for the binding, then you need to buy a ½ metre extra, because you've got fat quarters. You could, if you wanted to, keep, in fact you couldn't, no, you couldn't keep a fat quarter back for the binding. You would need a ½ metre of something for your binding. But you can also make a scrappy binding. You've got plenty of fabric here to do a scrappy binding. Or, if you want to use this for your binding, you absolutely can. So it's 129. So you get your backing, 4 metres, and then you get fat quarters of everything. So this is 4.5 metres of fabric. You get the whole Hajime collection. Now, what I'm also going to say while I'm here is that 18 fat quarters is almost enough to make the kimono, and your 4 metres of backing, your background fabric, would be your lining for your kimono, for your haori jacket, if you wanted to make that. I do say I used 21 fat quarters to make that. I made the background probably bigger than I needed to, really. So you might be able to get away with 18, to be fair, especially if you piece it as individual dressmaking shapes. Do you know what I mean? If you piece it together to make a sleeve, a front, a back, that kind of thing. Those are all your fabrics anyway. I've only got low single figures of this kit left. You get 18 fat quarters. It's the only way to get fat quarters of the Hajime range from us. Yeah, you get 18 fat quarters, and you get your 4 metres of background fabric, and you get your pattern for free. It's a fantastic price, actually. Absolutely fantastic price. I'm going to keep those out because there's only one change. I'm going to show you these background fabrics next to each other as well, by the way, just because, look, I just want to show you, if you're going for the cream background, it has a brighter feel, yeah? It's got a brighter look to it. So this is really going to make those fabrics pop. This one, it's going to sort of have a slightly more vintagey, almost a slightly more antique-y look to the quilt. This is going to have a sort of brightening effect. You know, I didn't use this for my original, but now I've seen it next to the fabric. I kind of wish I had. Well, no, I don't, but you know what I mean. I'm always looking, thinking, next time, next time. But gorgeous, yeah, gorgeous. So many lovely messages. Thank you so much. I will look through all of the messages during the break. You haven't missed the book. The book's tomorrow. The book's tomorrow, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, actually, while we're here, I need to mention something to you about the book, if you don't mind. I rang my publishers earlier on in the week to buy some more books for book signings and things like that I've got coming up. And they rang me back and they said, Stuart, we've got 24 books left. And I said, what, like in the office? And they said, no, that's what we've got left. And I said, what, like of everything? And they went, yeah. And they said the first print run sold out. Sold out. So I said, so what does that mean? And they said, well, everyone that's bought it, like retailers that have bought it, like Sewing Street have bought their stock for the launch, but they can't have any more. I bought some for Festival of Quilts to do a little, and I thought, oh, I'll be fine. I'll order some more, like, you know, before even the 1st of September. The book doesn't come out until the 12th of September. I'll buy some more then for these upcoming events. There's none left. So the book's being reprinted as we speak, but that reprint will not come in until the end of October. So if you want to get my brand new book, Quilts from the Country, tomorrow is your opportunity. If you don't get it tomorrow, I think you won't get it until at the end of October. I can't get any more. So I don't know what I'm going to do about those book signings at the moment. I'll have to, yes. Maybe I'll just buy a load from Sewing Street. I know, and I keep being told it's a good problem to have, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But anyway, let's talk about the price of this quilt kit. So we've got books for tomorrow. It's not a problem, but literally we can't get any more. Yeah, wow, there we go. So you get 18 fat quarters, the whole range. What a fabulous way of buying the whole range as fat quarters, because frankly, even if you're not making the quilt, 4 meters of, is this ivory? This is ivory solid, beautiful. What a gorgeous bright pop. That, oh my goodness me, I could use that 1,000 times. So if you don't want to make the quilt, but you want fat quarters of the full collection, you've got the bonus of an extra 4 meters of background fabric that you can use for anything, and a free pattern. It's not like you're even buying the pattern and you don't want the pattern. Way more in baskets than I have available. Aha! Thank you so much, everybody. Delia's got in touch. She says, happy Sewing Street birthday, Stuart. I'm looking forward to the weekend. Thank you, darling. Me too. Pauline says, happy 3rd anniversary, Stuart. And huge congratulations on another amazing collection. Oh, thanks, Pauline. Christine says, morning, gorgeous, Stuart. Happy anniversary. Love your new fabric collection. Now, lots of people asking about the jacket. It's called a Haori. Bruce did some lovely pics earlier on, actually. Here it is from the front. Here it is from the back. Gorgeous. I'm walking away. Name that tune, Hannah. This isn't made in Hajime, but wouldn't it look lovely? Made in Hajime. That pattern is in my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. You get the full-size dressmaking patterns. You don't have to enlarge anything. You don't have to photocopy anything. It's all on a pattern sheet in the back, in an envelope in the back. And you get that. That's one of 30 brand new patterns in my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. There's also matching slippers that go with that. I'm a little bit obsessed with quilted slippers. Oh, and Terry, who messaged earlier, oh, I miss classes in Lancashire. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some classes. Don't you worry. I'll get in touch. Wow, April. Got my kit, thanks, Stuart. It's coming to Australia. Oh, fantastic. Well, you know I love Australia. Whereabouts in Australia are you, April? Whereabouts in Australia? Are you in Perth or Brisbane? Oh, I could say anywhere, couldn't I? I love Australia. We're back out there next year. I can't wait. Charlie is so funny. He only has to be, by the time Charlie's walked through the airport, by the time he gets to the doors leaving, he is already saying, "G'day, g'day." He just takes this accent on so quick. G'day. It's so sweet, so sweet. But anyway, yeah, look, we have got low 20s of the kit left. It's under £100. The quilt's 62 inches square. You get 18 fat quarters, which is way more than you need. You've got your border in there as well. You can do a scrappy binding. You get 4 meters of ivory solid. You get your pattern for the tangled quilt for free. And you could be walking away with over £400 worth of prizes, including an Elna Experience 450 plus sewing machine for free. It's shop to win all day today. Every time you check out your basket, you get an entry. In fact, one entry for every item purchase. So if I buy a quilt kit and I buy some flatter and I buy Delphine's gorgeous William Morris, that's 3 entries into the prize draw, even if I check out once. 1 P&P, amazing. I could win a sewing machine. Tracy in Gould says, good morning. Put that message back up. Put it back. There we go. Tracy and Gould. Hello, my darling. Morning, Stuart. Happy Sewing Street anniversary. Have a fabulous day. Love, Tracy and Gould. Ah, Lots of love to Gaul, lots of love to Gaul. That's where I have my studio. Of course, April's got back in touch. She says, I'm in sunny Queensland on the Sunshine Coast. How lovely. Daintree Forest and the beautiful, of course, the Great Barrier Reef. How fabulous. These are my socks. These are my socks. Okay, the Bumbleberries quilt bundle has sold out. This is the only way to get the... What about the mega bundle? Mega bundle sold out. Well done if you got that. This is the only way, and I have got 10 left. 50 people in baskets, I've got 10 left. Okay, remember you get the pattern for free within the bundle. This is an amazing deal. £99.99 to get 18 fat quarters. 99 fat quarters. No, you don't get 99 of them. You get 18 fat quarters, 4 meters of ivory solid. You get your pattern for free. I think that's fab. But let's talk pattern. Pattern only. You can get pattern only, and it is for the 62-inch square quilt, the 18-inch square cushion, and the table runner or bed runner as well, all included in the pattern. Now, it's easy piecing. I know you're looking at the quilt thinking that's going to be difficult, awkward. It's not. It's squares and rectangles. That's all. The piecing, it's stitch and flip piecing. You get a full tutorial there. You also get patterns for a runner and a quilt and your cushion, of course. You could also do an on-point version of this as well. You get colouring sheets, and then as a bonus, you can foundation piece the block if you want to. And I've included the foundation for the A and the B units, because essentially your block is made in 4 quarters, 2 of these and 2 of these. So that's your A and your B. And you can foundation piece them if you want, but the instructions are for stitch and flip, easy, no difficulties whatsoever. Beginner level. Beginner level. Absolutely loved designing this. Loved making it. Loved making it. Do you know, can I just say, I'm so genuinely so touched. I am, by all the lovely messages that have been sent in. It really means a lot to me. You know, I said on my Facebook that I did a little, I said it wouldn't be nothing without you. And it's true, you know, I wouldn't even bother doing what I do without you. What would be the point? Really, so I do genuinely really appreciate your support and your lovely messages. It's a fab to be part of this fabulous channel. I've loved every minute of the last 3 years. There has never been a moment. There's never been a moment. It sounds like I'm leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm never, ever leaving, ever. But no, but I've loved every minute. I shouldn't probably say this, but it never feels like work. It never feels like work. It always just feels like an absolute joy. And I get to work with the best people as well. Can we just say a quick hello in the gallery? Hannah and Bruce. There's Bruce waving. Show us your face, Bruce. Come on. Don't be shy. Hi. Hannah's got a new jumper. We can't really see it, Hannah, to be honest. Hannah shampooed her hair and everything for today. She did. I mean, I couldn't be more flattered, frankly. We should talk probably for half meters. We've got half meters. Do you have a particular order that you want to start, Hannah? Can I? As the designer, okay, I tell you what, I'm going to start with one of my absolute favourite fabrics from the whole collection, which is this one. Because although I talked about blenders, there are no blenders in every single fabric's supposed to be a fabulous fabric in its own right. You're paying just $7.99 a half metre. Now, I'm not dissing Cave, but Cave's fabrics were on the other day's new launch. Weren't they $8.99 a half metre? I just want to emphasise the value, though. This is Lewis and Irene. This is amazing quality fabric. That is £2 a metre cheaper. There is a variety of prices out there. This is 100% cotton. this would be so, I'm going to just drape it for a second because I so want a shirt. Derek, if you're watching, don't you think? Elaine says, love the new fabric range, Stuart. Blue is my favourite colour. Well, I think you're in very good company, Elaine. Love, love, love blue. It is the world's favourite colour. But that is, so this is very much a sort of, almost like inspired by ikat weaving. So it's such an amazing process. I mean, obviously this is digital printing, but ikat weaving, the yarn, the cotton is dyed in individual strands, almost in dots and dashes, and then woven and the pattern appears. How clever is that? This is digital printing to give that lovely mottled background and that almost sort of denim-y look. Now, if you want to buy 1.5 meters of this, for example, or 2 meters to do dressmaking with, all you do is buy 4 units for 2 meters. So basically we sell fabric by the 1/2 meter. 1/2 meter is 1 unit. So you order 1 unit and you get this, okay? So that, oh, I can't show it without showing them. There we go. There's 1/2 meter, so 1 unit. Now, if you buy 2 units, you do not get 2 of those. You get 1 whole meter all joined up. 1.5 meters, 3 units. 5 units would be 2.5 meters. So that's how we sell fabric here on Sewing Street. If you haven't shopped with us before, or if you haven't bought yardage before, that's how it works. So if you want 1.5 meters, just order 3 units. Nikki from Worcestershire says, my nephew just got engaged. This will be, shh, don't say anything. This will be their wedding quilt. Tangling up of lives. Oh, Nikki, that's lovely. Somebody got in touch on Facebook and said, wouldn't this make a lovely wedding quilt? I hadn't even thought about it. Honestly, sometimes I can't even see the obvious, but of course, it's too intertwined. I think that's lovely, Nikki. That's going to be a gorgeous wedding quilt. Tracy from East Riding says, this would make a fabulous tea dress. Totally agree. Totally agree. Or a lovely shirt. I might have to ask my lovely friend Bernadette to make me a shirt out of this. Bernadette, actually, who sometimes messages in, Bernadette actually made that. So I pieced it and quilted it, and then my lovely friend Bernadette made the Haori jacket. So thanks, Bernadette. You're an amazing, amazing friend and dressmaker. Gorgeous. So that's that. And please, can you make me a shirt out of that? Right. Half the stock of that's gone, by the way. Right, let's jump in with a floral. This is the big blue floral. Big blue. Big blue. So just to give you an idea of the scale, this is also what I used as the main band on the bag. So you can see how you can really sort of make a feature of quite a small bit of fabric, really. I mean, this is 1/2 meter, which is quite a lot, so you can make a good few bags. On this quilt here, I used it for the setting triangles. Here in the corners. Do have this pattern, by the way, if you want it. This also, again, for dressmaking would be amazing. Really beautiful. This would also be fabulous for a quilt border. Now, I haven't yet made a garden maze quilt using Hajime, but I'm going to. You know it. This would be gorgeous for the outer border. If you've already got the garden maze quilt pattern, please make one in Hajime. It'd be so lovely. Again, this is what you get in 1/2 meter. So plenty of fabric there. Plenty of fabric there for patchwork and quilting. If you want it for a border on a quilt, it works cut horizontally or vertically. You're probably looking 1.5 meters to 2 meters. So 3 units or 4 units if you want 2 meters for borders for a quilt. So that's that one. I've got this in 2 other colorways. I'll show you those next. Let's do cream. So this one I've really sort of softened up the blues so that you've got that gorgeous coolness to this. As I say, I've done another of the bags for my next book that's out next year using this. I'm completely in love with that bag made in this fabric. It has turned out really lovely. I used this and I used the stripe together. So if you imagine the main body of the bag in this, and then this as a gusset around the bag. You can picture it now, can't you? With a tan leather shoulder strap. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, really lovely. Really lovely. So, you know, I'm now, because I do love making bags, I'm always thinking not just quilt making, dressmaking, I'm also thinking bag making. So loads of options. This would also be a really fun fabric to add some embroidery or beading to, because it's already got a stitched look to it. So this is the linen colourway. And then also got that in a sky blue. So again, I used this in my quilt. I will show you in just one second. There we go. So this is aqua and yes. Does it look very bright on the website? Yeah. There's the colour. I'll just show you on the quilt, on this quilt. I used this to create these and the border, the outer border. Oh. £7.99.5 metre for this. Again, lovely for dressmaking. Lynn asked earlier on, how do I design a fabric range? Where do I start? Lovely question, Lynn. And really, for me, often it starts with, I love sort of fabric traditions around the world. I find the world, my goodness me, is such an inspiring place, isn't it? And I love the way that different cultures use colour. For one thing, because you know that the colour wheel, it's very Western, isn't it? It's a very Western thing. You know, this colour with this colour. Whereas like, I travel a lot in China, where red and pink together, or red and orange together, oh, I mean, everywhere you go. Japan, what we would consider clashing combinations of colour. When you see a kimono, and then you see the colour of obi that's put on it, it's nothing like I would think to put with it. And it's like, where does that colour come from? But amazing the way. So for a start, I love how different cultures use colour. And then I also love the sort of traditional patterns that you get in different cultures, or the weaving, I love as well the commonality. So for example, the tumbling blocks design, like here, of course, this is very Japanese, very Sashiko, quintessential, but it's also tumbling blocks, Victorian, crazy patchwork, you know, hand piecing, English, do you know what I mean? So there's this lovely commonality as well between cultures where we seem to have found the same designs just via different routes. And then, you know, it's about drawing, sketching, I paint, I draw, I stamp with, I mean, sometimes I do potato printing. It's as sophisticated as that sometimes. Or shibori dyeing or tie dyeing and all different things. And it's also sort of, you know, getting inspiration from places or wallpaper or fashion. And then just kind of bringing it all together. And then it's very much a sort of collaborative process. I work with a professional fabric designer who has spent years at university learning how to create the proper repeats, how to put my wild ideas into something that you can actually use as fabric. Because genuinely, I couldn't take it from here to here So there are other professionals that come in as well and help me to do that. They calm me down. They calm me down. Elaine says, Stuart, what are you doing to me? Blue, my favourite colour. What a beautiful collection. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. What am I doing to you? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Stuart. Lovely to see you on your anniversary. You always bring such joy. I've treated myself to the Tangled quilt kit as it's my birthday tomorrow. Susan, I'm going to say happy birthday right now. Mwah, big kisses. But also, join us tomorrow. Send in a message tomorrow and let me give you a proper birthday shout out. Right, next up, ending 2-4. Got those lovely denim-y blues. Half the stock of this one has gone on pre-order. It is one of my favourites. I love that lovely kind of deep denim blue. Ooh. Hannah has suggested she wants to use terracotta, like that gorgeous sort of brick red, that brick orange, and to add some stitching detail, some sashiko stitching, beautiful, and maybe some French knots in the centres of the daisies. I love that idea. I love that idea. Yeah, something like a little evening bag would be amazing. But because this is was inspired by an old kimono, but you could really glamorize this by adding beadwork or silk thread, just to add a little bit of glint to this. Not glitter as such, but a bit of sparkle. This again would be really trying to throw it over my shoulder. This would be really, really lovely. I was trying to think about the scale of fabric, working for patchwork, but also for clothing. Also too, I often with my fabrics, I don't use a massive colour range. I like different shades of a colour. I think that's very easy to use, and I always want my fabrics to be easy to use. Now, of course, if you want to, you can go like Hannah and add in something like a terracotta, a brick red, something like a gold, or even something like a pink or a red you could add in. I'm going to do a bag using cherry red handles, which I think would look really lovely with this. £7.99 a half metre. Again, the stocks are dwindling on a lot of these. Over half the stock of that has gone. Next up, let's do those tumbling blocks. Very versatile fabric, this one. Such a versatile fabric, this one. You could use this, obviously, in piecing. We like contrast. We like contrast. So, for example, if we were to piece these fabrics together, you know, stars, background, just two fabrics together to create a quilt, that would be gorgeous. And I would do mirror images. So you've got that sparkle. But also, if you wanted to do a plique using this range, that would be stunning. This is a background for a plique, or to applique stars or foundation piece star. Oh, so many different things I want to do. But equally, I think a dressing gown in that would be stunning. Next one, let's do the stripe. Let's do the stripe, because again, every quilt needs something with a line element. It doesn't have to be a stripe like this, but something that's got line elements to it. For me, I think it needs it. I like a wobbly stripe because I don't like worrying about is that all, do you know, is it all straight? I mean, these are printed straight, you can see that, but they've got enough wobble in them that it just, it softens everything. It takes the pressure off. Again, I've used it in that sort of classic place on this quilt as a border. And just the way it separates out patterns and adds definition, it's worth its weight in gold. Also really lovely for things like bindings. On the Haori jacket, I'm just going to refer to the Haori for a second, I've used a stripe in the cuff and in the front facing and the pocket tops as well. So again, this is probably somewhere on this where I would use the stripe on the Haori done in Hajime. I hope lots of you are going to make that Haori jacket. Can't wait to see you in it. So that's the stripe. Now, I've also got two other fabrics that have a line element. So, you know, it doesn't have to be a stripe in the traditional sense. It could be something like this, you see. So this I wanted to look like it was stitched. So if you look really closely, you'll see there's like a little running stitch. But equally, if you look especially on the navy, you can see this is like you've done like almost like a machine zigzag stitch to make those little nubbly bits. I don't know how else to describe them. But you've got that line element. So that, you don't have to use a stripe anymore, but to use something like that, it just adds something extra. Let's do the sky blue, the lighter blue first. Again, be lovely for dressmaking. Lovely for dressmaking. We are just running over a tiny little bit just to get through all of the fabrics. Indulge me. Sally's got in touch. She says, love this fabric collection. And I managed to grab a kit. Happy 3rd anniversary, Stuart. You are an asset to Sewing Street. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I'm getting that on a t-shirt. I am an asset. This is in that mid blue. It's almost slatey blue. Is this the right code, Hannah? It's saying light blue. Oh, beg your pardon. Right. Okay. There we go. Mid blue. Yeah. And I like to use lots of different blues together. So I could have just picked that shade and done darker and lighter versions of this. But that is a bit boring. Frankly, we don't like boring here. And I tell you, one of the most wonderful things that I've learned over the years, and people like Kay Fassett have helped to teach me this, is if you're going to use the blues, use all the blues. The ones that are a bit lilac-y, and the ones that are a bit turquoisey, and the ones that are kind of sky blue and sea blue and navy, use them all, and that's where you get the most interest, the most beautiful effects. So I like to have lots of different shades as well as different values, the lights and the darks. Next one then, the hashed lines. Again, two different colourways. You've got the deep blue and you have got the gold. Let's start with the gold. This is a really lovely pop. Obviously, it's not a shiny, it's not a metallic. It's almost like a sort of maize colour. We've called it dark linen. It's that sort of maize or old gold, antique gold. Like a ball of wool? No. Oh, bamboo. Yeah, I like that. Like woven bamboo. Yes, yes. I like that. Well, the thing that inspired me for this, actually, it was the, you know, like the Japanese and the Chinese brushstroke lettering, where they use these beautiful brushes. and ink and this sort of, I love that. I love that. I'll tell you a funny story. When I was little, I've always been obsessed with China and Japan. When I was even a little boy, I was just fascinated by the culture. And so even at like 5, 6, 7, I used to write in Chinese or write in Japanese. And I knew a few characters I'd seen, so I could do those, but then I would want to write whole sentences. And of course I wrote them across the page, not down as you should. But, and I would just make my own up. And I would be, this means mountains, and this means travel, you know, and I would do all this, and I would write stories. Oh, I just, you know, at 8, 9 years old, where would you want to go on holiday? China, Japan. And my parents were like, we were thinking Weymouth. Oh, anyway. But this adds that gorgeous kind of brightness and warmth as well. And in the tangled quilt, I put that one right in the centre to really make it pop. Navy as well. We've got the navy. That darkest blue. I've used this for the binding. But equally, just where you want that strength of colour. You can see it here in the binding on this quilt. So that's the navy. Again, pretty limited stocks on these now. Okay. Yeah. Just whiz through these last few. So we've got the floral, linear flowers. And again, it's just that, this is how I wanted to sort of update the fabric, so it wasn't just sort of reproductions of other prints. And again, this would not have to go into something that was sort of Japanese inspired. This is just a gorgeous textural fabric. The sort of icy blue, almost somewhere between a pearl grey and a light blue. Looks very turquoise on the website. It's not. It's not. Oh, Sue says, happy anniversary, Stuart. It's been a blast over the last 3 years, and you have the knack of making the audience feel like they are all your friends. It's been lovely tuning in and shopping with you. Oh, Sue, well, that sounds like I'm leaving, and I'm not. Oh, see, that's really touching. And, you know, I always say, you know, morning friends, because actually, you know, we are a wonderful community, and the friendship that we all share, I think, is our biggest strength, isn't it? And certainly, like, I mean, here with messages and emails, when I see you at shows, it is my favourite thing of all, without a doubt. This one next. Love, love, love this one. This, I want, you know, Chinese and Japanese, clouds are a big thing. Clouds are a big thing in art, in fabric, in wall decorations, things like that. So I wanted to create a fabric that looked like clouds, but that also featured different elements from the whole collection. But I wanted it to be quiet, I wanted it to be calm. Yeah, kind of mark-making elements. I've always said in my fabrics, there's always sort of mark-making elements to them, because I love doing that. And that is the kind of art I can do. But everyone needs to experiment more. I heard a brilliant quote the other day, and it was like, creativity is not a talent. It is a lifestyle choice. You know, you choose to be creative. You're not born with it or without it. It's a lifestyle choice. We can all be creative. The large floral here. Again, this would be beautiful for a border for a quilt, for alternate blocks where you want to sort of make a bit more of a splash. Beautiful for dressmaking, bag making. the smaller version of this. It's not quite the same fabric. Thank you so much, everyone, for your messages, by the way. They're absolutely beautiful, touching, heartwarming. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So just to put the scale, I'm going to say yes. Yes, that's that one. I'm just going to show you the difference in scale. This is that larger scale I just showed you a moment ago. Yeah. And then, this is one of my favourites from the collection as well. It's that little pop of gold in there. So again, if you just wanted to use two fabrics together and you wanted to go more on that kind of maize kind of route, the gold route, just fresh and lovely, light bright, a summer dress. Gorgeous. And then the last one is a sort of trailing vine print. I love fabrics like this with kind of swirls. This was kind of inspired by feather quilting. You can see those swirls of feathers, and you get lots of these quilted on antique quilts and modern quilts, long-armed quilts, but I wanted to translate it into a fabric. £7.99 a half metre for all of these. Wow, what a busy time. What a lovely, lovely start to the day and a lovely start to the weekend. Don't forget that every single item that you buy is a separate entry into our Shop to Win competition. You could win over £400 worth of prizes, including a brand new sewing machine. I mean, come on. That is our biggest ever Shop to Win prize we've ever had. It's the Elna Experience 450 Plus. Absolutely amazing. Amazing. For shopping with us today. The pattern that I've got here, this one right here, this is called Bright Hopes. This is called Bright Hopes. And we do have the pattern for this. You get 4 different quilt patterns in this. You get this wall hanging, a bed quilt, you get a wall hanging, and you also get a cushion. Not that one. Oh. It's called Bright Hopes. This is it. There we go. Yep. So you get all 4 patterns. There it is, Bright Hopes. So I've just done the wall hanging. You see, I did a Christmas version, but this is in Hajime. Doesn't it look different as well? Yeah, you know what, when I design quilt patterns, I try and design quilt patterns that you can use again and again and again, and hopefully that look good with any fabrics. So if you've already got the Bright Hopes pattern, here it is in Hajime. I'm definitely going to do a garden maze quilt with this as well. Right, we need to go to a little break because I have kept Delphine waiting long enough. I apologise for that, Delphine. Can't wait to spend time with you. All right, I'll see you after the break.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh,
Hello, I didn't see you there. Come on, make yourself cosy. I'm just here at my humble abode. Now, on the 1st of September, we're going to be launching my brand new quilting book. It's called Quilts from the Country. There are 30 brand new quilt projects in the book, and you can quilt them all through the year. I know you're going to love it. So make sure you join me here on Sewing Street on the 1st of September for the launch of my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. Now, get cosy by the fire and let's have some crumpets.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Oh, do you know, what a lovely, lovely morning we're all having here. It's about to get even better, because look who's joined me. It's the fabulous Delphine Brooks.
Oh, don't be daft. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
It's lovely to have you.
Congratulations. Your fabrics are beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I need to get some in your hands.
Oh, yeah.
You got time? No.
You can chuck some my way.
Delphine, let's just forget about my fabrics for a second and let's talk about you. This quilt behind you, amazing.
What a showstopper that is.
The impact is incredible.
Beautiful. Absolutely. I feel like I'm ruining it. Do you want No, it's incredible. Beautiful quilt.
Oh, I mean, one of the most iconic quilt designs out there.
Definitely.
We're talking bucket list quilt here, aren't we?
Yeah, it's definitely one you need to give a go. It's one of those that's in your, you need to tick off your list as
Every
a quilter.
quilter needs to have this quilt.
Absolutely,
It's
definitely.
absolutely stunning. A traditional Bethlehem star, or you may know it as a Lone Star quilt. It really is on every quilter's bucket list, and it's something that is both modern and traditional. Impactful like nothing else.
And some of the most stunning fabrics. I love William Morris, and there's some really beautiful iconic fabrics in this collection.
It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It is a William Morris quilt that we're doing right now. It's called Vintage Floral, and it does have, it could be out of a you know, an antique quilt show or fair.
Yeah,
couldn't it? Like a sale.
Yeah.
You know.
It just shouts money, doesn't it, at you?
Yeah, it really does. It really does. And that's sort of, you know, a quilt that might come up at an antique sale that you might end up paying thousands for. It is a big quilt. It is a big quilt.
Yeah.
It's 220 centimetres square, so over 2 metres square. So I'm thinking we're going to get this long-armed.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to put that through my domestic.
No, 86.6 inches. So it's still absolutely within the realms of on your sewing machine.
You could and also because there's so much detail within the fabric and the actual design, it wouldn't need an awful lot over the top stitching anyway.
No, absolutely, I agree. Tracy from Lincolnshire's got in touch. She says, wow, that quilt is amazing. I've never made such a large quilt, but I can appreciate all the hard work that goes into making them. Great show, Stuart. Thank you. Well, you know what? I think, I mean, I'm not going to say this isn't a big quilt because it's 86 inches square. But I mean, I was talking yesterday with a friend on Facebook who was working on a quilt that's 124 inches square.
Right.
That's Super King. So 86 inches square, this is a double bed. I think what we're seeing here, because it's one image, it's one star, it sort of looks bigger than it is. It is a big quilt.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's part of it is the design. It's so impactful. That is going to, you think of that on a double or a queen size bed, and that star is going to stretch right out over the whole surface. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, what sort of, we're talking about every quilter needs to make this quilt, but what sort of level are we talking about here?
I'd say about intermediate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, well, actually, if you've done a few quilts, you'll be able to give it a go as a confident beginner.
Yeah.
I think, because it's basically you're sewing strips together.
Yeah.
And it's just how you cut the strips.
Yeah.
But once you've sewn a load of strips together, and when they're cut, they are going to be on the bias, so that you do have to be mindful of that. So make sure you prepare your fabric.
Yep.
But actually, when you piece it, if you've prepared your fabric and cut all your pieces accurately, it's actually goes together quite quickly and quite simple.
Yeah, I mean the big news is you are not cutting out diamonds and sewing diamonds together. You're sewing straight strips of fabric together into strip sets and then cutting them at an angle to create these diamonds. So it's easier than it looks. And as you said, Delphine, yes, it's intermediate, but it's at the beginner end of the intermediate, not the advanced end.
No, definitely not.
And I mean, there comes a point where we all want to try something that's just going to extend our skills a little bit, and this is it. Right, let's have a look inside the box. Let's see what we get. It's a chunky box, and it's a heavy box.
Yeah, it's a lot of fabric.
So first off, no pattern to buy, your pattern's included. The Vintage Floral quilt, you get full instructions, and you can see here you're sewing straight strips together and then cutting at an angle to then create these large diamonds that you sew together. So actually, you know what? These are not difficult skills. Let's dive in. Oh, look. There's lots of beautiful fabric there. Let's dive in. Ooh, I love the subtlety.
Very clever design though, isn't it? Because even though
Very.
it's subtle, it really does pack a punch.
Gosh, you get such a lot of, look, it's like they've just slipped the cardboard out of the bolt and just sent you that. Wow, that's amazing. There's a lot of fabric there. Oh, that is absolutely delicious. Wow, you get over 11.5 meters of fabric. That's fantastic value, actually. We're not staying at $239.99, by the way. Oh, see, that's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. Look. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful, aren't they? I'm going to put... See, these smaller cuts, they're still really sizable. But look, there's got to be half a metre of that one. Fab, isn't it? No, I mean, you fold it up, you think, oh, what do you get, a fat eighth? But actually, it's a half a metre of fabric there. That is gorgeous. And then look, that's a stunning one. I love that. That is really lovely. Great big chunk of that. And then this is one of my favourite William Morris fabrics. These like briar roses. Look at all of that. And your pattern, it's a lot. It's over 11.5 metres of fabric. Well done if you've already checked out your basket. You get all of that fabric. You get your pattern as well. Now, be ready. Be ready. We're going under 200. 199.99. That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal. That's 11.5 metres of fabric. And your pattern. That is fabulous. That is fabulous. Do remember to check out your basket. There's a lot of impact there. Wendy says, the pieces look small. How wide are the strips? They're about 2.5, aren't they?
2 3/4.
2 3/4, even bigger.
Yeah.
So almost a 3-inch wide strip. So they're not tiny pieces at all. And the other thing to bear in mind is that when you look at something like a star block, and you think, oh, that's easier, there's probably 30 pieces of fabric in that 12-inch block. There's probably 30 pieces of fabric per diamond. There's actually a lot fewer pieces in a quilt like that. I'm going to come over. Let's have a really good look. Let's have a real look, good look. Coming over to join me.
Come and join me.
Oh, look, don't we look little?
Oh, I wish I did.
I feel like, do you remember when French and Saunders did the thing in the playground with the massive wagon wheel?
No.
It's like the size of a dinner. There were supposed to be toddlers at school and they'd got a wagon wheel, but it was the size of a dinner plate. I feel like that now. I feel dwarfed.
You're matching. You do all your blues.
Yes, you know, I try. This is stunning. This is stunning, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful, beautiful, impactful quilt.
That one you said about the fabric that you really liked. I really like the detail it gives around there.
Too. It's really, and the way it's been put together, and it does look like a vintage quilt.
It does.
Doesn't it? It looks like this could have come from, you know, a grand country house. You know, they sometimes have those sales where they're like auctioning everything. And here's the quilt, and it's like, oh, I dare to dream. Well, you can have this in your home. This is a real heirloom. You'll keep forever. I don't want to say this is a gorgeous Christmas quilt, but actually...
It does have that vibe, doesn't it? Yeah.
The big star, the fact that it is called a Bethlehem star traditionally as well.
It's very cosy.
It's cosy. You've got that kind of bit of red, green and gold, which for me is Christmassy, but it's not Christmassy at all. But if you wanted something that you could bring out, it is absolutely gorgeous. Where is the block? Where is the block?
I can't hold it up, but I can see if you can hold it up.
Yeah.
That's your block.
So that is the block.
Yep.
So we're creating a big diamond made out of diamonds, which sounds hard.
But it's easy, it's just strips.
It is just strips, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you've got 8 of these.
Yes.
So 8 blocks to make the whole quilt. And then big square, big triangle, just to...
Yeah.
So actually, there's fewer pieces in that
Yeah.
than there is in what we look at and think, oh, that's an easy quilt.
Yes, yeah. No, when
Is
you
it
put
less
it like that,
piecing?
yeah.
Yeah. It's how you piece it, and you get so much impact.
It's just one of that, you wouldn't do it in a day, but then you want to take your time.
That's not the point, is it?
No, but I think something like this, you really want to take your time over it and really appreciate the process.
I agree. I agree. Last week, we had a quilt called Antares, which had just 4 diamonds sewn together in the piecing, some of the piecing. And I showed last week how you sewed 2 strips of fabric together and cut it at an angle. And nobody thought that looked hard. We all agreed, isn't this easy? This is exactly the same process, just with more strips.
Just a slightly larger scale.
Different.
No different at all.
And when I sewed it together on air, and I said, you know, the pattern says about pushing a pin through, and I was like, I'm not going to bother. As long as you've got a 1/4 of an inch hanging over either end, I'm going to wing it and see.
Yeah.
Sewed it, blow me down, the diamond matched up.
Yeah.
Even I was surprised.
Yeah.
But it was easy.
Yeah.
It was easy.
Yeah, it is. Just prepare your fabric first, then you'll be absolutely fine.
I'm going to disappear for a second because talking of preparation, I want to just give a little shout out to this stuff. We've got these coming on air in the next hour. It's called Flatter. Oh my! I know I get told off for using words like this, but it's delicious smelling. You can't drink it. It used to spray on fabric, obviously, but it smells amazing. It comes in all these different scents. There's loads of different scents. And this is your starch alternative. This is your fabric preparation spray. And you've got these absolutely beautiful, the Pineapple Grove, oh my goodness, the Yuzu, lacy, there's a peppermint one. They are absolutely gorgeous. And we're launching them next hour, and we're also doing quite a big price drop on them, that you're going to love. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about when we talk prepping your fabric.
Yeah, cover it all, spray all your fabrics before you even go anywhere near it with a rotary cutter.
Yeah.
And it makes your room smell nice.
It really does. It really does. The fabric's gorgeous. There's a scentless one as well if you don't like smelly things, but really fab. Really fab. Fabric friendly, doesn't flake, doesn't create white patches, and the fabric doesn't feel heavy or stiff, but it controls it. Beautiful. So before you start cutting your fabric, spray it. Why? Why should we do that with our fabric for this?
Just because when you come to actually piece it, it just makes it a lot easier to control the fabric.
Yeah.
Also, when you do cut the strips, you are actually working on the bias. And obviously it does have a slight bit of stretch in there. So, and again, this will just help reduce that stretch within your fabric as well.
Yeah, makes the whole process easier.
Yeah, it's all about making your life easier, and I'm all up for that.
But I mean, I would use that for making a 9 patch.
Yeah.
Because it's all about why not enjoy the process every time. Will you show us how, please?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got all of your cutting instructions to the left side. You've also got a key that I definitely recommend that you follow. So with this quilt, I definitely recommend that you have a few post-it notes or something that you can just clip to your fabric. So you want to make sure you're very organised. Yeah. So even I've had to be organised for this one. So, which I actually quite enjoyed. So which is unlike me. So when you're going to cut all of your strips together. Sorry, you're going to cut all of your strips. You'd actually cut from the width of the fabric. I know mine are a little bit smaller today, but only for TV purposes, because it means I can show you a little bit more. So you would actually follow the key. So the first strip, so you're going to do 8 strip sets in total. The first one is actually done on your diagram here. So, and it gives you the letter for each strip set. Obviously, you refer back to your key. So we've got C, which is obviously the red, and then the F, which is the blue, so on and so forth. So make sure you follow that right down to the letter.
Can I ask, why aren't they straight down one end?
So
why are they staggered?
So they're staggered, so it's less waste.
Ah, because you're going to cut it at that angle.
Because we're going to cut it at the 45-degree angle.
I like that.
Yeah.
So do we have to be terribly precise with how we do that?
They say about 2 1/4 inches offset.
Okay.
I just did it by eye.
Fine.
And I think you do get so much fabric.
Yeah, you do.
It's forgiving. So even if you did make a mistake, I think there's enough fabric there.
So we're not cutting strips on the bias. It's straight of grain, selvage to selvage.
Yep.
Sew them together.
Yep.
You just sew them at a little bit of a wonky angle.
Yep. So if I take, obviously I'm not doing this in order, but you take one of your strip sets, and so I didn't even use a pin or anything in these. So you can, if you want to, if you use your board, you can mark down 2 1/4 inches, and you could just mark it there with a bit of an erasable pen.
Yep.
And then you just offset it by 2 1/4 inches and whack it in your machine. And use a 1/4 inch seam allowance throughout. Use the same thread, so it's nice and even throughout throughout. So I struggled with me arm there. There we go. And
So
just
a
line
nice
up.
accurate 1/4 inch.
Yep. Where's that got caught? There you go. Try that again.
There we go, back in business.
Yeah.
So far, so completely beginner level.
Yep.
Completely beginner level. Sewing strips together. Easy peasy, we can all do that. But follow Delphine's advice. Use your flatter first of all, or your Starch Savvy, or your Mary Ellen's Best Press, whatever you like to use. But make sure you do that just to make the fabric more well-behaved. I love flatter, says Lisa from Greater London. Have been using it for years. You're going to love our prices, Lisa. Time to restock, trust me. Yeah. And we've got soak as well. Have you ever tried using it?
No, no.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
No,
It's
that's the first time I've
gorgeous.
seen it today when I saw it on the, what's it?
Yeah, oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. It's rinseless washing liquid. So you don't have to rinse it. So you can spot treat if you've got a dirty patch on a quilt or
Okay.
clothing. You can use it on lingerie, knitwear, crochet, anything like that. And you can rinse it out, of course, but if you rinse it badly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't harm the fabric at all. It's really cool. It's really cool stuff. And you use a tiny amount.
I could have used that over the weekend when we were away in the van because I've got some marks on my shorts. I had to use washing up liquid.
You use a teaspoon, 5 ml per gallon of water. So if you hand
Okay.
wash it, yeah, I know,
Is it
it's absolutely brilliant. It's brilliant stuff. Yeah, so cool.
And what flavour's that one?
Oh, I mean, any of them. There's loads. There's loads. They all match up with the flatter. I think this one's yuzu, that Japanese
Oh, that was nice.
grapefruit.
We were stood around this morning smelling them all, weren't we?
No, it's lovely.
So you put your first strip set on, and then you'll just add on another one. Again, you just go down about 2 1/4 inches.
Yeah.
But just do it by eye. I'll just do one more so I can show you the angle.
And presumably as well, the angle that you go at, whether it goes that way or that way, is important.
Yeah.
Because check which way you're supposed to offset it. Leslie Joy says, hi Delphine, hope your arm is healing well. It's nice to see you back on Sewing Street. Love the quilt.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Oh, you are suffering a bit with your...
Yeah, I'm not. It's still not great, I'm afraid. But back at the hospital in a couple of weeks' time, and hopefully get my operation date through. But you know, you've got to carry on, haven't you? You've got to carry on.
So long as if it limits your sewing, it's not for very long.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just if I have to lift it up.
Yeah.
So that's the only.
Yeah.
But no, I've had some injections which are helping.
Yeah, good.
It's taken the edge off.
Yeah, good.
There we go.
Whizzing through.
So you'll just keep doing that until you've got your full 8 strips of fabric. So you're going to have to do that 8 times.
Yes.
So make sure you've got full bobbins and lots of thread because you'll
Yes.
be very busy. So I'm just going to pop those.
But that's your first weekend of sewing.
Yeah.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
And you just follow your instructions to a T. And so then you've got your 8 sets. Let me see what number I've got over. So that's number 8. So let me take number 1.
Yep.
So I've labelled them. Yours would be a lot bigger than this. That said, I've done it just so it's slightly smaller. Okay. So then imagine that they're all offset on this side. What you will need then is you'll need your ruler with a 45-degree angle on it. And that 45-degree...
Do you want me to take all those off the table for now? I could just, if I slide these all across onto here,
slide them over there for me.
and when you need them back, just tell me.
So your 45-degree mark is on the bottom of your ruler. So usually you've got two marks. Obviously the ruler goes off to the side that way, and we've sewn our strips that way. So what I did was I flipped it over.
Yep.
And what you want to do is line up that 45-degree angle along the bottom edge. So make sure you give them all a really, really good press.
Would you just push everything up a little bit for me, Delphine, just ever so slightly? Thank you. That's absolutely perfect.
And so you want to just take off the offsetted.
Got you.
What's it?
And it makes sense now why you offset it like that, because otherwise you'd be wasting a great big triangle of fabric.
Yeah. So it
Completely
just
unnecessarily.
so that's my only waist now.
So just to be clear then, you've just lined up the 45-degree line along here,
Along the bottom edge, yeah.
and then, so it's a bit like cutting bias binding.
Yes. And then
Well, that's easy.
and that's my only waist then, because like you say, otherwise if I was just sewing them all together, you're going to have a big.
Yeah.
So then it will turn it over, and then you'll do your strip. I'll do it from that one because that's the one I just cut. So you want to make sure get a nice big ruler out.
Yep.
And there you go. There's your strip.
And there are your diamonds. So that action is no different to sewing straight strips together and then cutting them at a 90-degree angle and cutting out squares
Yeah.
joined together. It's just that you put the ruler at an angle and now you've got diamonds inside.
Then you've got your diamonds. And then I'll get the next one.
Yep.
So I'm just going to remember that that's my number 1.
Number 1.
And let me just double check this is my number 2. Yes, it is, because I've already labelled it. That's what I mean. You have to be fairly organised.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to cut number 2, and then we'll sew these two together.
Yep.
I find it easier to do it this way rather than just you cut a load of strips.
Sure.
Only because it's easier to keep hold of just one big piece. And if
Agreed.
You know, otherwise it can just get a bit.
And you're going to make 8 identical pieced diamonds,
Yeah.
aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
So
then-
you'll have a strip set 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way through to 8
Yeah.
in every block.
So I'm just going to use this one as reference now.
Yep. That's it.
So there we go. And then what we're going to do, so when you sew these two together, what you don't want to do is line up these edges. So when you sew them right sides together, you want to make sure that you've got the little dog ears,
Yeah.
sticking out by about 1/4 inch. Because otherwise, if you don't, then what's going to happen is that it's going to offset.
Yep.
So, and this is an easy way to make sure that they're going to sew together nicely. So what I mean is if you line them up like that and sew them like that, so you can't see that end, it's going to offset. So make sure you always offset by 1/4 inch.
Yep.
And what I found easier, because obviously this has now got a slight stretch to it, because it's now on the bias.
Yes.
What I actually do, it's not in the instructions, this is just what I do, you know, you don't have to do it, is I'll sew just about a couple of inches, check it, and then I'll do it on the other end, and then I'll sew the whole line together. And it just makes it easier. So when you're pushing it through or if you're pulling on it,
Yeah.
you can obviously stretch it out.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
But by doing it that way, it's nice and smooth, and
Cool.
it gets it to the end. So
So you don't find it necessary to pin in between?
you can do, but you can do.
You can do.
You can do.
Oh, you're
but
so blasé, aren't you?
you just, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
If you're making this at home and it's for something that you really want a special
Yeah.
quilt, then yeah, use your
Yes.
clips, use your pins. But
Yep.
if you're just doing it like the way I do it, just
Yeah.
no pins came anywhere near me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But everyone's different, aren't they? I think if I was to making it as you know, like you say, as like an heirloom, I would definitely be kind.
And if you are pinning, is there any particular way of pinning it, or to get the offset, or?
Well, you can actually get a pin in a pen, and you offset it by 1/4 of an inch, and you drop a pin down to that 1/4 of an inch, and you also mark it on the right side of the other fabric, and that gets it accurate, nice and perfect. I think I've done a demo of that somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's but it's
Somewhere in the ether.
But then if you've prepared your fabric and cut it correctly, it should all work out anyway.
Yes.
So I just do so far down, check it, and then I'll do it on the other side.
Oh, so you're almost sort of not quite basting the ends. You're sewing the ends together.
Yeah.
And then...
I just find it easier to do it because you know then it's going to be an accurate 1/4 of an inch on either side.
Agreed.
And it's also going to help with all the other steps if you haven't already pinned them all together.
Yeah.
But it's just...
Let's give it a go.
It worked for me, so it's just a little tip. What I also did is when I pressed the strip sets, press one in one direction, one in the other, because you're not butting up, so it doesn't. You're not matching up at the seams like you do like a normal patch.
Right.
But what it does do, it just creates less bulk, so it's
Distributes it,
yeah. Yeah. So I'm just lifting this up because I don't want any of these seams to move or catch. And then there we go, we're back to where those stitches are. And I know now that it's going to be...
Come over for a look. While I'm here, just have a little...
Oh, what's that one?
Ooh.
It smells like... Is
Pineapple
that pineapple
Grove.
cubes? Yeah, that is
Pineapple
lovely.
Grove.
Oh, yum.
I'm obsessed. They're gorgeous. Let's have a look then.
Don't look too close at me, see?
I'm going to go and get my glasses. No, I'm joking. Go on.
So, and then now it's all...
Hey, I'm impressed with that. Hey up.
I've done better. But, you know, TV sewing and half an arm.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So if you think about it, this is going to be the start of your diamond. There's your upper point of your diamond.
And then the
it's
green.
going to carry on out here like this, isn't it?
And then the green bit down here forms the star at the bottom. That
Yeah. It's really straightforward.
bit. So then I'll get my next one
Yes.
and I'll add that one on.
You want that one? Number 3?
Yes, please.
There you go. I think it's fab. It's not a scary method.
No.
It's not a scary method. It is actually no different to cutting out strips square and sewing them together. Lots of you now checking out your baskets. Now you've seen the demo. Now you've seen how straightforward it is. It is a really achievable quilt. And actually, as I say, when you look at these kind of what I would call a big block, a one block, one and done, yes, you do spend more time making that block, but it's one and done. It's one and done. So I think sometimes that's where you think, oh gosh, that looks like a lot of work. Because when you look at a quilt that's made up of 49 star blocks, you think, you would just see one block and think, oh yeah, I could do that in an afternoon. We can't make this in an afternoon, but there's probably less piecing. In fact, I'm certain that there's less piecing in that quilt than a lot of block.
Yeah, I agree.
Quilts.
It's just sewing strips together.
Yeah, yeah. But the overall effect is absolutely magnificent, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a stunning quilt.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And also, in the pattern, just make sure you pay attention to, so down here, for your strip sets, it gives you all your letters here, so make sure you follow them right down to a T, because if you do one, if even just one slightly out, obviously you won't get that effect.
No.
So I follow the diagram here on the right-hand side.
Got you. Yes.
Otherwise, you'll sew them together.
Yeah, that's
wrong.
really useful, actually, isn't it? That's what you're aiming for.
Yeah. And because it's very easy to also sew them upside down, which I think I did on one of these.
Okay.
But for demo purposes. It's
Yes, absolutely. Oh, I sewed the last 2 bits of a block on round the wrong way last week. I've done such a great job up to that point and then just fluffed it.
I think that's why it's definitely best to be organised, isn't it? And and just follow the diagram down to a T. Because sometimes we can be quite confident and just go, oh, I'll just wing it.
Yeah.
Whereas actually sometimes you have got to rein it in a bit.
Oh yeah, that's right. And this really is the quilt that if you take this along to Quilt Guild, everyone is going to say, wow.
Yeah.
No one's going to say, oh, do your points match up? Everyone's just going to say, wow.
It's forgiving as well, isn't it, really? A little bit. There's a little bit.
I think it is, actually, because like if that was made in solids, like an Amish style, purples, dark greens, lilac blue, it wouldn't be forgiving at all. But it almost has a blended look for me, the sort of blended or colour wash quilts. Because of the different tones, because of that sort of vintage look, the fabrics are quite blended. They're distinct, but they are also blended. I think that's very forgiving. You couldn't look at that. I defy anybody to say whether those points are or are not perfectly lined up.
Oh, no, you'd have to, yeah. To be fair, that is pretty good.
I'm gonna have a look.
I don't know if I can find any.
Yes, all right. No, it is good, but this sounds awful now to say it isn't perfect. It isn't perfect. What quilt is? What quilt is?
Yeah.
I'm not interested in perfection anyway. I'm interested in enjoying the process.
Yeah.
And having fun and loving the end result.
And what of a sense of achievement you're going to get as well from sewing something so impressive.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely. It is one of those bucket list quilts, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah, it is absolutely gorgeous. I'm going back to my balloons anyway, Delphine.
Which one are you going to spell? Oh, your smellies.
Oh, well, I'm going to go back to them as well. That's scentless, so that's a bit of a...
I like the minty one, and I'm not a minty person.
Wild mint.
But it's, like you say, it's got something else in it.
I know, it's one of my
But
favourites.
it is really nice.
Wild mint. Yeah, it's not like it's called wild mint, and it's oh, it's lovely. It's like clean mint. You know, like they do the like linen fresh or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that linen, but it is almost like if they did a mint. Well, it is for laundry, isn't it? I was just going to say if they did like a laundry detergent that was.
But like you say, it is.
But it is. It is. Well, it's a starch-free ironing and smoothing spray. The other thing you can do with these actually is, like if you're going away and you've packed your clothes, you can spritz them with this and hang them up and just leave them, and the wrinkles drop out. So you can refresh your clothes.
I could do with some of that.
Well, but rather than always washing clothes as well, if you want to
Yeah.
just give them a little refresh, a little spritz of this and a little iron over. You're not meant to wash jeans at all, Hannah.
Jeans?
Jeans, no. Charlie loves Japanese jeans.
I've never... What are Japanese jeans?
Japanese jeans. They're horrifically expensive. I mean, horrifically expensive. But he likes them, so that, he works hard. But the chap in the shop said to him, and I confirm this because I've read this as well. He said that you don't wash them. You put them in the freezer.
What?
You put them in the freezer, jeans, and you freeze them.
There's no room in my freezer.
Freeze them. If they're, a bit smelly or anything like that, you freeze them to kill the bacteria.
Wow.
And if there's any dirt on them, you spot treat it. And you can spot treat with soak. So you can put soak on something like a cotton bud and remove a dirty mark. You can, or something wider than that. You can rinse it off in a little bit of water if you want to, but you don't have to rinse it. But yeah, apparently that's what you're supposed to do with jeans. You're supposed to put them in the freezer.
Wow.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew?
Every day is a school day on this show.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I wear my jeans on the farm and they get covered in mud and that ain't going to freeze off. So I do wash mine, but I don't buy Japanese jeans.
I've sewn that one the wrong way around, but it's all right.
Oh, be organised, as you said.
I know, it's because I'm just... This is what happens when you wing it, you see.
When you're chatting as well.
Yeah. It's one of those you have to concentrate on. Which one's that one?
If you do make an error,
Yeah.
can you unpick?
Yeah, you can, because I did one, the very first one I did, I unpicked it. And it was fine.
Yeah.
Because I've treated the fabric first.
Yes.
It's quite easy to unpick it.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the other thing as well is, if you've ever pulled fabric a little bit out of shape, get it back on your ironing board. And if you've got one of those, you know, the gridded ironing boards that we do,
Yeah.
like the June Taylor, they're really useful because they've got lines on them. Or you can just get your ruler or your cutting mat underneath your fabric first and actually get it lined up with your, sort of pat it and pull it back into shape. Give it a little spray with your flatter, get it back into shape and into a nice straight line. Remove your cutting mat from beneath it and then press it rather than iron. Press it and you can actually restore the shape even if you have stretched your fabric out. You can get it back, you know, as near as, you know, I mean, it's never going to be as exact as a cut edge, but there is a way back.
That's a good tip.
Been there, done that.
I think we all have.
Yeah, yeah. You think, oh, but there is a way back. Good to know, good to know.
I'd also, as well, rather than do a diamond at a time, do 1 and 2, do 8 1 and 2s, and then add the 3 to all of them. I think it's much easier to do it that way because otherwise your brain's having to think of the different colour coordination that's coming next. Whereas if you do it like that, it's repetitive, so you're less likely to make any mistakes.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree. I might just do the first diamond in its entirety, just so I know where I'm heading.
Yeah, yeah.
Or the other thing I've done before now is to do a paste up. Like do one extra and stick it to a, you know, not sewn together, just all laid out.
Oh yeah, yeah. So like, so all your strips and stuff all
Yeah.
laid out. Yeah.
So you've got like
I
a
know what you mean.
mock-up.
Yeah.
Very loud in jewellery, aren't they?
It is. Do you know? I was
Very
thinking that it's very loud today.
Yes, they're very enthusiastic.
Considering it's very quiet in the building overall today,
Yeah.
but it's very, very noisy.
Oh yeah, at the weekend, you just drift around the corridors. Never see a soul.
No, you could walk around wearing anything and nobody would notice.
I used to do, years ago, I used to do live shows for the US.
Did you?
Yeah, so we would be filming at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 in the morning, so that it was daytime in America, you know. And that was very odd because we'd walk about the studios there and there would literally be nobody. It would be the middle of the night and it's a little bit spooky,
Yeah, I bet it is.
I thought. But the one upside of it was Sky Sports used to film in the same building. So I was forever bumping into Greg Rosetsky in the corridor. Which I never thought would happen.
Where did you film that then?
So where's the young offenders near Heathrow?
I've no idea.
Not Stansted. What's it called? Oh, somebody help me out here. Feltham Young Offenders. It wasn't at Feltham Young Offenders. It was at Feltham where we used to, yeah. Happy days. Oh no, it was a bit strange really, filming at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And we'd have to say things like, good morning everybody, good morning America, you know. And we had all the clocks set to American time.
Wow. I couldn't get up that early.
We just didn't go to bed. Just used to sleep in the day, you know. But yeah.
No.
It's not for you, is it, Delphine?
I'm not a morning person. My husband, he'll get up at the crack of dawn, he will.
Yeah. I'm better in the morning. I degenerate as the day goes by. By about 3 o'clock, I just need to go into a darkened room on my own. Yeah, definitely a morning person. Fran says, could jelly rolls be used for this design? No, Fran, not for this one. You can use a jelly roll, 2.5-inch strips for, you know, this kind of quilt, but not in this pattern. The strips are bigger than 2.5-inch strips.
See, now I'm thinking, oh yeah, because it goes across that way.
Yep.
Because I've been talking, I've put them the wrong way round.
Oh.
No.
No. No.
Because that needs to be like that.
Isn't that the same strip?
No.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Or was it that one? This is why you pay attention to what you're doing.
Stop talking.
Oh, that one? No.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Good.
Because you don't want them to go in off that way.
That's the
to
one.
match. You want them to match going around
That's
like
right.
that.
That's right.
So that's right. There we go.
Hurrah.
Oh, see, concentration
That's me
at
talking
this time.
about Greg Rosetsky.
It is. It got me
It
all.
was lovely, though. He always used to say hello. It was very tall. He's very tall. Made me feel like I came from Middle Earth. I feel like that at home, though. If I'm walking about in barefoot, which most of the time I am, in fairness, and Charlie's got shoes on, I am
How
like
tall
a
is
little
he?
hobbit.
Is he taller than you?
Well,
then?
he's 6'2",
Oh,
and
wow.
I'm 5'8", and shrinking, probably. Well, yeah, I'm 5'8". I mean, 5'9" officially, but really 5'8". But yeah, in stocking feet, and if he's in shoes, it is a bit, yeah. Is your husband a lot taller than you or shorter
No,
than you?
he's about. He likes to say he's about 5'9", but he's not.
No.
No, he's not. He's not very tall. My eldest son, he was 12. He's taller than all of us. He's up here.
Really?
Yeah, he's huge. Yeah, he's easily going to be well over 6 foot. Probably by the time he's 13.
Wow.
He's that tall.
Yes.
Very tall. Whereas my youngest, Louis, he's a little dot.
Ah, interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, my dad was very tall.
Although I heard a thing on the radio, it was a few years ago, it was talking about genetics and actually about height, and the geneticist on there said that there are so many possible variables from your mum and your dad's DNA that it's a wonder anybody looks anything like their parents, let alone is or isn't the same height. It's almost random. Almost random. There's so many variables. Yeah. Because, I mean, my dad was about 5'6" tall, and he'd got 6 brothers and 2 sisters, and they were all over 6 foot.
Crikey.
Yeah, and he was 5'6", and his dad trained racehorses. And so my dad was like, you know, a gift from heaven, because none of his other children were anything like the right sort of height or build to be jockeys. So all he wanted was for my dad to be a jockey. Because my dad was little and 5'6", you know.
Oh, bless him.
But of course, as all kids want to do, they don't want to do what their parents want them to do.
No.
But my dad was a fabulous horseman. He was a mounted soldier, but he didn't want to be a jockey. Yeah, he was.
What about your mum?
Mum, she was about 5'4".
Oh,
But my eldest sister was 4'9".
that's tall for.
4'9".
Oh, 4 foot. I think you said 5'9".
That's tall.
No, I mean,
What for a rabbit?
5'9". See, that's what happens to me in the mornings when I'm
Oh no,
concentrating. It just goes out the window.
No, my eldest sister, she had size 2 feet. Wow. So her feet were about this big.
But Hannah. Hannah's got tiny feet.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like size 4, size 6.
That's all right, 'cause you can get cheaper shoes.
Oh, she used to wear children's shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trainers are expensive.
Yeah. She could actually rarely find adult shoes.
crikey.
Oh, Princess has got in touch. She says, oh, I'm a bit disappointed there's no anniversary pin badge. There isn't an anniversary pin badge, I'm afraid. No, there isn't. But there is Shop to Win. And it's the biggest that we've ever done. So literally every item that you purchase gets you another entry. Normally it's every checkout, but it's actually every purchase. Every item gets you another entry and you can win an Elna Experience 450 plus. Imagine buying a bottle of flatter today and then actually getting a bottle of flatter and a brand new sewing machine in the post. That will be someone. That will be somebody. I mean, you may not have bought a bottle of flatter, but frankly, why wouldn't you? Just while I'm here, oh, this is the yuzu one.
That was nice. It's quite subtle, isn't it? It's not...
I think it's Karl Lagerfeld yuzu fragrance, and it is almost identical. Oh, it's so yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, this one's called Celebration. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a party in a bottle. That's lovely. There's so many. Fig. Now, I love fig rolls.
Yeah, I've never eaten a fig, I don't think.
Oh gosh, that is...
Although when you have fig in candles, they're always really posh smelling candles, aren't they?
It's always like a Joe Malone, isn't it?
Yeah. Those
Feeling
are the
fig.
Joe Malone of fabric sprays, aren't they?
They are absolutely beautiful, beautiful. Things like table linens, bed linens. You could use these actually when you, on your pillowcases.
Well, I saw a little tip. If you get like a little some kitchen towel, and if you spray those type of sprays on there and put them inside your cushions, it makes your room smell.
Oh, what a lovely idea.
Yeah. So say if you've got people coming round and you want it to all smell nice.
It's a lovely idea.
Yeah.
But you can
put it in your
even with
cushions.
these, you can just spritz your cushions. Or your, if you've got like fabric upholstery.
I
you
do
can
that a lot. Yeah.
too.
Nice.
Love that. And then people think you've spent the weekend cleaning.
But
And in
it's
actual
spray.
fact, you've been making quilts, because I always say patchwork forever, housework whenever.
Yeah. Well, I have to keep on top of it in my house because of the boys.
Yes, of course.
But no, I'm a sucker for something that smells really nice.
See, Fran, it's just got in touch. She says, depending on who you ask, people say I look like both of my parents. The thing is, I'm small, like my grandmother's. Average height is 5'6" in my family. It does run in. It does seem to run in families, but apparently it's all a bit of a lottery.
Yeah, and I think there's something in the water these days because when you go to the schools, so my eldest, all the kids, even the year 11s, they look like they're huge. They're really, really tall.
It's better nutrition.
I don't know.
Or
but
just
kids,
more calories, not necessarily better nutrition.
But there's definitely something because they're all so tall.
Yeah. Well, it's like in Australia, like the shoe sizes. Charlie loves it because he's a size 12. When we're in Australia, he buys loads of shoes because in Britain, the average shoe size goes up to 11. Not 12, whereas in Australia it goes up to 14 because everyone's feet are bigger.
Well, maybe it's because it's warmer.
Genetics and the sun.
They're all walking around in flip-flops and it's not restricting the
That's
growth
what
of their
it is.
feet.
It's flip-flops, Delphine. It's flip-flops.
So there we go. So you just keep going along until it's like, let me just grab that one.
The thing is, yes, you have to be organised, and it's probably not a good idea to be nattering to me while you're doing it.
No.
But that's all. It's not a difficult quilt to make at all, is it?
No, not at all. Just concentrate.
Look.
And when you're doing it.
That's it. And you didn't pin, you just did top and bottom and then stitched in between.
But again, if you're going to do it, if I was going to be making this as a special quilt, I would have taken my time a bit more to pin, but you can get away with it.
But I almost wonder why, because that's a great result, as far as I can see. It's a great result.
There's one or two areas, but if you don't.
It's a stunning quilt. It's a stunning quilt. I love it. I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. You're making a saving. It should be £239.99. It's £199 today. This is your opportunity to check out. We are going to go to break in a second. Delphine, it is lovely. It is lovely. Thank you for demystifying that process.
No problem, and enjoy it. It's a lovely quilt. So
lots and lots in baskets. Take the break to check out. Don't forget, you could be spending £199.99 on this quilt, but also end up winning over £400 worth of prizes in Shop to Win. We're doing a Shop to Win today and a different one tomorrow. So today's prize is an Elna Experience 450 plus extra goodies. Oh my goodness, there's a reason to shop. You could win that. Someone will. And we'll announce the winners, I think, what, Monday or Tuesday? Amazing. Amazing. This is instead of a pin badge. We're doing an absolutely fabulous Shop to Win. It's the biggest we've ever done. Yeah, truly amazing. Delphine, you and I are going to be spending the next few days together, Monday and Tuesday,
with
Lewis and Irene.
We certainly are.
Celebrate their 10th birthday. I'm looking forward to that. So we'll see you down.
I'll see you at the hotel.
Ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. See you there.
Yeah, I'll see you, and whoever else is coming, we'll see you in a couple of days.
Safe journey.
Yeah, and you.
Take care.
And you.
Right, lovely, thank you. Right, we're going to go to a little break now. When we come back, I will have those gorgeous flatter and soap products. I'll be doing lots of oohs and ahs, but also telling you the backstory and how you use them and how amazing they are for your quilts, for your crochet, for your knitting, and for your clothes. All right, I'll see you after this.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Come on, make yourself cosy. I'm just here at my humble abode. Now, on the 1st of September, we're going to be launching my brand new quilting book. It's called Quilts from the Country. There are 30 brand new quilt projects in the book, and you can quilt them all through the year. I know you're going to love it. So make sure you join me here on Sewing Street on the 1st of September for the launch of my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. Now, get cosy by the fire and let's have some crumpets.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Do you like ironing? Would you like to? I like to enjoy my ironing a bit more. I like to make it a bit, fall in love with the process. Or perhaps not fall in love, but I mean enjoy it more if you can. We've got these great new products, absolutely brilliant. They're Canadian made actually, and flatter and soak. We're going to do some amazing prices as well. I've been talking about this all morning, forgive me, but it is fab. This is 248ml bottle. This is flatter. We're going to start with flatter. Okay. And they're all made by a company called Soak. All right. But Flatter is a starch-free ironing and smoothing spray. And it's so think of your Mary Ellen's Best Press or Starch Savvy, that sort of thing. This is Flatter. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'll show you a little bit of information actually about Flatter. So it's perfect for preparing your fabric for quilting or sewing. So whether you're dressmaking, quilting, home deck, it's going to get rid of wrinkles. It's going to prepare it. So you spray Flatter onto your fabric right after pre-washing it with soak, so it's ready to be ironed, or straight out the box. Yeah, so you don't have to pre-wash fabric. Use Flatter when you travel as an easy wrinkle release. So you can literally just spritz your clothes, hang them up and leave them. Flatter is great while you're finger pressing small quilt blocks, so you don't even need to iron it. You can spritz your fabric and then finger press it as well. You've got a soft mist sprayer for nice even distribution, no flaking, no clogging, no residue. It also actually protects the fabric to reduce and resist wrinkles, and also grubbiness as well. It helps to prevent that. You've got fresh, clean fragrances for more enjoyable ironing and wearing, and also scent-free. It's also great for spray blocking knitwear. So it says knit lace, but actually knitting or crochet. You can spritz, pin out, leave to dry to block your knitting and crochet. It's made with plant-derived and renewable ingredients. It's biodegradable, it's phosphate-free, and it's also dye-free. The company Soak actually sort of say, one of their mission statements is, you know, if it's not good for the environment, then it's not good for your skin either. So they use environment and skin-friendly ingredients in all of their products. And actually, even Soak, which is a washing liquid, is actually no rinse. It's no rinse. So even that, so it's made to be worn on your skin or to touch your skin. Anyway, we're going to start with scent-free. We're going to start with scent-free. So this is the scent-free. Now, we'll talk about price. This is the, it's 248 mils, 19.99. The bottles really last as well. We're not stopping at 19.99. Now, I just need to let you know something about stock. We're launching it, but we're also we've got what we've got. We've got what we've got, and if we can get it again, it won't be at the prices that we're dropping to today. It will be for these prices that you can see now. So we've already got people multi-buying who love the brand. We're going to do a price drop, but equally we won't do these price drops again, basically. When they're gone, they're gone. Now elsewhere, let's do a quick price comparison. So same bottle. So at the moment they're beating us $17.95. Okay, $17.95, same size bottle, scent-free, 248 ml, $17.93. Right, our price $19.99. We can do better than that, Hannah? Let's do it. Let's do it. We can't do this price again. Can't do this price again. £6 off, $13.99. Well done, everyone who's already checked out their baskets. Everyone who has already checked out their baskets. Everyone who's multi-bought. You're paying $13.99 per bottle. So this is the scentless. You get 248 mils. This is for your sensitive side. This would also be lovely, I think. I mean, the scents are all skin friendly, okay? But if you wanted maybe for like babies, maybe go scent-free, scentless. Lots and lots and lots of you coming in for this. I want to start using it. I'm going to give this a little spray. So you can see this is a bit of my fabric. In fact, look over here. It's a bit of a wrinkle here. Let's just give it. Now it's a fine mist. You don't need loads. A quick spritz over the surface. Let it just sit in the fabric Okay, just for maybe a count of 10. Doesn't need to leave it very long, and then we'll give it a press. That just feels gorgeous. That feels absolutely beautiful. And you can see the handle, it's still lovely and soft. It's not stiff, but the fabric feels somehow just a little sturdier, a little firmer, easy to work with, absolutely. Bit of a nasty crease here. Let's get rid of that. So a little spritz, just let it sit for a moment. Don't need the fabric to be wet, it's just that little surface. Half the stock of the scent-free has gone. Oh, making more ring. Look at that. Look at that. I've only done one side because I want you to be able to compare that with how it started. All right, how it started. And how we're looking now. Look, gone. Gone. If you're going to be cutting on the bias, yeah, this is key. And actually, I would say even when you want the stretching bias, so for something like bias binding for a quilt, what you don't want is that fabric all stretching out of shape while you're trying to sew it on. You want it to stretch when you want it to stretch. So actually, even then, prep your fabric with flatter. Cut your bias strips next. Once the fabric's been sprayed and ironed, then cut your fabric, join it together. When you need it to stretch, it will, but the rest of the time, it's going to behave itself. Look at the difference that makes. This is with flatter, this is without. And that's that really harsh crease down the centre of the bolt. Over half the stock's gone. This is just our first cent. I know this is cent less. It won't be these prices if we can get it back. I don't know if we will. I mean, judging by your response to this fabulous product, I think we'll try. But I can't guarantee it, but we won't be able to go to these prices again. I'll keep the fabric out because I'm going to use these. Elsewhere, you could buy it for £17.93. Same size bottle, scent-free. Oh no, that's lacy. Should we do that one next? Lacy's lovely. Oh, okay. Gorgeous. £13.99. That's wild. That is £6 off our price. That is £6 off. That is a chunk. That is a significant chunk of the price. That's getting on for a third, isn't it? That is getting on for a third off. That is impressive. Right, okay, so scentless is good. That's really good for if someone's got ultra-sensitive skin, doesn't like, my friend Sal, doesn't like scented things. She just doesn't like them. She doesn't like them. So the scent-free, fine. Baby, great. This is also absolutely great if you need to kind of refresh something. If it's a bit wrinkled, you don't want to wash it, you can't wash it. Obviously test in an inconspicuous place as well. But now, what should we do next? What fragrance? Let's do yuzu. It is beautiful. So yuzu, it's like a Japanese grapefruit. We'll come straight in with that price. It seems very appropriate to use the Japanese grapefruit on my Japanese-inspired fabric. £13.99 per bottle. Oh, the smell of this is... I'm just going to give a light spritz and just... Oh, the smell, the smell. George, you strike me as... George, get over here. You strike me as somebody who likes a lovely fragrance, a designer fragrance. I've got, I think it's a Karl Lagerfeld. George from Juki, he'll be with me shortly. Have a little smell of that. Isn't that yummy?
What's this?
That's a yuzu, like a Japanese grapefruit. That is gorgeous.
That is lovely.
All right, I'm done now. Off you go. I'll see you very shortly. George from Juki is here. Third of the stock of this is gone as well. Third of the stock is gone. Third in baskets. We're not going to repeat this price. We're not going to repeat this price. Garry from Juki's here as well. Don't forget, both the boys are here at 11 o'clock. Yeah, they're busy getting set up. Oh my goodness, the scent of this, it is absolutely beautiful. I've bought one of the flatter bottles. I'm going on a cruise in 12 days to Iceland. Oh, I did that a few years ago. It's fabulous. And I'm going to take it either way for helping get the creases out. It's a really, really good, it's brilliant. It's gorgeous. And when you're ironing, you get that lovely scent. You've also got a light fragrance. It's not overpowering at all. It is absolutely beautiful. Now, the next one that I'm going to do is the Wild Mint. So this is the Wild Mint. These really feel like designer fragrances. So if you love your really posh, expensive candles, which I do, you've got those kind of fragrances. $13.99, it's brilliant. So the fragrance is lovely. So that's one thing, but that's the superficial. What it's doing for your fabric is it's getting rid of any wrinkles, it's getting rid of creases. That fabric is absolutely beautifully prepared now. But also that fabric now feels more structured. So it's still got its fluidity, it's still got its softness, but it's not going to stretch in the same way. It's going to handle more easily. So for things like patchwork, you're going to get easier piecing. Little spritz. Oh. It's so fresh. So I know this is for laundry, but just to put it in context, you know there's like linen fresh candles? Well, this is like that linen fresh, but also then mixed with wild mint. So just this light, fresh, minty scent. So not like toothpaste, not that sort of... Delphine loves this one. I love this one. I've got this one, actually. I've been using this. Oh. That waft of scent is absolutely gorgeous when I'm ironing. So absolutely perfect for preparing your fabrics for patchwork quilting, sewing. Spray it onto your fabric after you've pre-washed it, or if you're not pre-washing, that's fine. Still spritz your fabric and iron it. You can use it when you're traveling for wrinkle release. Great while you're doing your finger pressing too. Don't forget, if you've already checked out your basket, you can just combine your baskets, combine your orders, you only pay one postage. But remember that every single item that you buy today, you're also getting another entry into our shop to win. So rather than a pin badge to celebrate my 3 years on Sewing Street, we're doing the biggest ever shop to win. Today's prize is an Elna Experience 450 plus sewing machine, plus extra goodies worth over £400. It's been very, very busy. It's very, very busy on the phone lines. I've less than 100 of these left. I know that sounds quite a lot. It's nothing. It's nothing. Every single one of the scents we've looked at so far is in those sort of similar low numbers. I tell you what's also lovely, I'm spraying this on and there's no residue. You can't feel any residue on the fabric. The fabric just feels like it's got a little more handle. It still has that gorgeous soft silky feel. There's nothing on my fingers either. It's just lovely. Right, next one. Let's do Pineapple Grove. I absolutely adore the Pineapple Grove one. I've got the Pineapple Grove one too. I've been using this on lots of my laundry. Now look here, there's this, I know it's on the selvage and we'd cut this off. But as I've got this horrible, annoying crease here, let's deal with it, shall we? Let's do it. I mean, look, without anything, I can iron it. Can you see there's the ghost of a crease there? I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. Now this one, that is like a gorgeous cocktail. pineapple. There isn't coconut in there, but there's almost like there's something else. There's like tropical fruits. That is lovely. Let it sit for just a moment or two in the fabric and then iron. And straight away, what was a ghost of a mark is now flatter. Oh, and that scent while you're ironing, it is delicious. It should be $19.99. It's $13.99. Look at that. Absolutely perfect. Loads of you coming in. Oh, it's such a gorgeous scent. I absolutely love Pineapple Grove. You know, these bottles last ever such a long time, but because it's a fine mist, you only need to spray once. You don't need to saturate the fabric. It's a fine mist. The important bit is leaving it for 10 seconds just to sit in the fabric to do its job, and then go over it with the iron. But having said that, it will run out at some point, and I don't know that we'll ever get it back in stock. If we do, it won't be a £6 saving. Our buyers already told us, you know, it's really difficult to get hold of, and we definitely can't do these prices again. This comes from Canada. It's absolutely gorgeous stuff. This is the Pineapple Grove. It's starch-free, remember. So starch can actually attract insects to fabric. If you use ordinary starch, it can attract insects because it's carbohydrate, it's food, basically. And insects are aware of that. And it's almost like saying, here's some food all over my clothes, come and eat, or all over my quilt. Whereas this is starch-free. So there's nothing in there that's going to attract insects to your fabric. There's also nothing in there that's going to degrade your fabric or weaken it. And starches can, if left in your fabric. So, you know, it's kind to your fabric. It's environmentally friendly ingredients too. Can we do fig? Now this, I know I shouldn't really mention other brands, but you know, like Jo Malone candles, they always do a fig one. Gorgeous, glorious. But you know, like £80 a candle. Oh, again, it's that sort of, there's floral notes in there, there's fruity notes, but it's sort of really grown-up smelling, sophisticated, expensive smelling. This isn't expensive at all, is it? This is $13.99 instead of $19.99. Again, I've got a bit of a crease down here. Let's get rid of it. Let's make it flatter. So a little spritz, a little spray. Do you know, I love scented things. Oh, it's lovely. I love scented things, but they've got to work as well, haven't they? Bottom line is it's got to work. It's got to do the job. So many of you coming in for these. Like I say, if you love your really like posh, expensive candle scents, because they're gloriously scented, but they're also kind of grown up and sophisticated and smart fragrances. These are all really smart fragrances. But way beyond that, it's about that fabulous effect on the fabric. It makes the fabric flatter, smoother, and crease-free fabric obviously is going to cut more accurately. But then it's about the handling of your fabric, holding its shape, even when it's cut on the bias. When you're sewing with it, staying crisp, not stretching out of shape, less pinning, certainly less unpicking, because if your fabric is firmer, controlled, it's not going to shift around. I would definitely, if you're planning on making anything with flannel, brushed cotton this autumn winter, it's a popular time of year to be using these fabrics. They can creep, they can stretch, and they have a looser weave. So actually pre-treating them with flatter is really going to help. Now on something like that where you've got like almost like a flock surface, I would recommend you spray this on the wrong side and iron them from the wrong side. You're still going to get the control of the fabric, But, and I don't know, I haven't road tested it, but I'm just thinking with that surface brushedness, I don't want to iron that particularly. Do you know what I mean? With or without flatter, I want to keep that surface. I'm going to go from the back. But also use flatter when you're blocking knitting, crochet, lace. If you've got, you know, vintage stuff that needs freshening up, maybe you bought it at a vintage market, or you've inherited a lovely tablecloth that needs freshening up. Well, we'll use soak for that, but we'll also use flatter, and especially on things like lace or crochet trim. Right, next up, let's do the party. Celebration. Let's do celebration. Wow, this one's been really popular. Here's celebration. Love the bottle. Love the bottle. What does the celebration smell like? Garry, what does the celebration smell like, would you say? Celebration. In your house, what would the celebration smell like? Sweet. Yep. Yeah, that's more what I would put. Kind of sweet and maybe like cocktails, fruitiness. But also like lovely florals. So like picture that gorgeous house that's got like amazing flower arrangements for a celebration, maybe a wedding, but it's also got maybe like a fruit-based punch as well to welcome all the guests. And then there's the kind of smell of, I don't know, jasmine in the air as well. It's all of that. It's all of that. It's absolutely beautiful. And it is sweet, but it's not sickly. It's not overpowering. These scents are gorgeous, but they are subtle. They're soft. Paula says, the crease removal looks fab. Do they do one for my face? Oh, my darling. Paula, I wish. No, they don't. But it's good that they can work on fabric, eh? You can't have everything. You can't have everything. I'm going to use a bit of this celebration now. So again, a little light spritz. That's just gorgeous. You know, it's interesting, even though I've used almost all of the different fragrances now on my fabric, and you'd think that I was going nose sort of numb here. I'm not at all. These fragrances are distinct. And actually, when you iron, you get that soft, subtle fragrance coming through. Really lovely. Don't forget, you can use these on pillows, on cushions. If you just need to freshen up or just bring a bit of scent to something, you can. And then the last one is called Lacy. I think this is a really beautiful bottle as well. Can you see there's like a design of lace? Again, look at that price crash. $19.99 drops to $13.99. Elsewhere, same size bottle, little less than us. Oh no, there we go. That's £19.85. Same size bottle, Lacy. And then £17.95. There's Lacy, yeah. But our price today, $13.99. So let's try Lacy. Let me see. I hope you're not finding my descriptions of fragrance too annoying, by the way. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because smell is quite, I don't know. I don't think it's that subjective. Presumably we're all smelling the same thing, right? Again, if you love those kind of like fresh linen kind of scents, it doesn't smell like washing powder at all. I don't mean that. But if you like the smell of freshly washed and dried sheets, but also with a light floral, it's almost a little bit of freesia, a little bit of citrus as well. Light and delicate. Kind of wedding bouquet-ish, you know, but fresh, spring-like, soft. We will not be able to do these prices again. I'm really sorry about that, but Barry, our buyer, has said categorically if we can get these products back in stock. They absolutely won't have £6 off. What we want to do is we want you to try these. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think. You know, £6. Oh, that. Do you know what? Now I've used that one, that might be my favourite. That is really pretty. That is really pretty. Oh, yummy. And also none of them actually are very feminine or very masculine smells. They're all quite neutral. I mean, I love, you know, wearing fragrance. I like nice smells, but none of them are like scream, oh, this is really feminine, this is really masculine smelling. You know, very universal. Gorgeous. I'm super impressed with these. Super impressed with these. Gorgeous. Lots of you are multi-buying. What's the most popular fragrance, Hannah? The yuzu. It is lovely. It is lovely. It's that sort of Japanese grapefruit, isn't it? So it's got that citrus, but more than that, they really do smell like designer fragrances that you would, you know, wear. And obviously, if you want to spritz your clothes with them, hang them up, give them a little spritz. Could have done with a little bit of flatter on this linen shirt, couldn't I? Now, let me introduce you to Soak. These are brill. These are amazing. Right, modern laundry care. Let's talk modern laundry care. So this is a delicate quick rinse or no rinse formulation. Plant-derived ingredients, great for delicates, okay? So this, we're not just talking about washing quilts here. Crochet, knitting, lace, lingerie, swimwear, clothing, cashmere, yeah, your fine knitwear, but quilts, absolutely. You can hand or machine wash with this. 1 capful for a wash. A 5ml teaspoon in a gallon of water. If you've got vintage fabric, maybe that's been handed down, or you've found a little sort of special buy at a, you know, I was going to say a briquette. It's not called a briquette, is it? What do they call it in France? A briquette. A baguette. What's where they have the market and it's like antiques and all of that, like a yeah. Oh, someone help me. I've never been to one, but I've heard of them. Anyway, just soak and squeeze. It's that easy, and it really is that easy. A 15-minute soak, 1 capful, yeah, in a gallon of water. This is for hand washing, and then squeeze the water out. And if you're using very delicates, pop them on a towel, cover them with a towel, and flatten it down with your hand. Squeeze through the towel. You don't even have to squeeze or wring the item out. You do not have to rinse it out. But you can also use it in the washing machine. Right, we're going to start with scent free. Scent free. Just going to grab my glasses for these. Third of the stock's already gone on pre-order. This is fab, right? I'm going to open this box up because I want to dive in. You actually get an eco laundry bag as well. This is fab. Let me just show you this. Look, so you get a laundry bag. Now, obviously, you're not going to wash a quilt in this, but if you're washing something like lingerie, lace, could be applique, something like that, and you want to be really, really gentle, you've got this zip mesh bag. I mean, how cool is this to get this included as well? Put your laundry in this, do your zip up. Make sure that your zip, by the way, zip pull is just pushed there under the cover as well. And then that goes either into your washing machine or hand wash. We need to do the crash because we're a bit concerned about stock. Oh my goodness, I can see why now. Quick price comparison. Soak, no rinse, delicate formulation, 90ml. Yeah, exactly what we've got right here. $21.99. $21.99. Should we pay $21.99? No. No. We're going to pay, oh, look at that, $14.99. $14.99. Absolutely fantastic. fantastic. That is fantastic. What a brilliant. And the thing is, look, 90 mils, and you need 5 mils for a wash. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant value. It's about to sell out. Right, that's our scent free. Let's do yuzu next. So, excuse me. Yuzu, the orangey one, thank you. Yuzu. This is the yuzu. So, you've got your laundry. I love the way that the laundry bag, your washing bag, is actually matched up to the colour of the bottle. So your yuzu is this orangey bottle and it's got the orange zip in it. How fab. Half the stock went before we even came to air. $14.99. Don't worry, if you checked out when it was $21.99, you don't pay $21.99, you pay $14.99. So is that a £7 saving? It's a £7 saving. It's a third off, basically. Absolutely fabulous. So much value, with more in baskets than we've got available. Do you know, I couldn't be more thrilled that we've got this on my anniversary weekend. It's lovely to bring a brand new product to you, but very, very time-limited offer. We don't think we'll be able to get these back in stock. It won't be these prices if we can. Right, let's do fig next. Here's the fig, the green one. So half the stock's already gone on pre-order. You get your Eco Laundry bag. This is your price, $14.99 for the wash and the laundry. Elaine from West Midlands says, I used soak yesterday to wash a hand embroidery before lacing prior to framing. Love it. That's a brilliant, brilliant idea. Because the thing is with something like embroidery, obviously you can't really agitate it in the water much. You can swish, but you can't. And then when it comes, you can't really be rinsing, wringing out. You don't need to with soak. It is a no rinse formula. So you can literally, a capful in a gallon of water, or less if you're using less water, give it a soak, 15 minutes, christening gowns, really special things. You know, you might have, I don't know, something like a bridal veil from when you got married or when mum got married, something like that, and you want to reuse it for your wedding. Absolutely gorgeous. For real delicates like that. If you're washing a quilt, you can do it in your washing machine, okay? 1 capful to a gallon of water. So check the capacity on your washing machine and use the right amount of soak depending on the capacity of your washing machine, okay? You can do a short cycle, absolutely fine. The shortest cycle, cold cycle. I've got one which is 30 minutes, cold water. That's perfect. But equally, you can do it in your bath. So put your water in your bath, add your soak, give it a little swish around, and then just pop the quilt. So if it was a vintage quilt that maybe has even got some damage on it, leaving it dirty will damage it more, because oil, grease, dirt break the fabric down, but also they attract insects, which will also further break down your quilt. So keep it clean. Soak it 15 minutes, let the water go, let it drain away. Leave it. You don't have to rinse it. You don't have to disturb the fibres at all, and it will draw that dirt out. Obviously, if you want to rinse it, just fill the tub back up with cold water and then let it drain away. Pop it onto towels. I've got single figures left. This is the fig. This is fig. Let's do celebration next. Come on, let's celebrate. This is celebration. Well, let's celebrate these amazing prices. It's absolutely incredible. You're paying $14.99. This is for your 90ml bottle and your Eco your Eco laundry bag, sorry. So this is to actually wash the things, so you can put your lace, your trimmings, your crochet, for example, if that's what you want to do. You can machine wash a lot of knitwear, but it still pays to use a delicate, kind wash. Absolutely gorgeous stuff and very economical. Well, I should be able to work this out in my head, but is it 18 washes from one bottle? 90 ml, 90 divided by 5. 18 washes. 18 washes. It's fabulous, isn't it? And when I wash a quilt, I do just use 1 capful. I keep it really gentle, 1 capful. Beautiful. That's Celebration. And of course, you can match up if you want to. You can match up the soak and the flatter. So they marry. Lovely. Next one, let's do Lacy. This is Lacy. This has got the charcoal grey zip. This is that almost like a wedding bouquet. Really pretty fragrance, this. $14.99 instead of $12.99. Yes, please. Yes, please. I love that light, fresh, pretty fragrance. Close to selling out. Everything very close to selling out. If you want to get the soak, give it a try as well. Remember, you can do 18 washes with this bottle. If you're going on holiday, and we're talking about delicates, but it's also really effective. If you want to wash your jeans, rather than put them in the freezer, you can use soap for any washing. It doesn't have to be for delicates. If you love it and you're getting those great results, use it for anything. Could be hand-knitted socks. It could be a memory bear. Now, something I haven't talked about with soak that you can use. You can spot treat. So you can dip a cotton bud into your bottle of soak and then use that cotton bud on a grubby mark on clothing to remove it. Remember, you don't need to rinse, but actually for really effective removal, probably just a light swish just on that area. Brilliant. If you want to do, things like makeup brushes, makeup sponges, beauty blenders, things like that, tiny little drop in some water, warm water, soak, or if you're doing makeup brushes, don't drop them in. You want to just put the bristles in. If you put the whole thing in, it can soften the glue that holds the bristles and make them fall out. So just in enough works absolutely brilliantly on things like makeup brushes. That's sold out when everyone's checked out their baskets. I've got literally 11 of those left, way more in baskets. And then to finish off with Pineapple Grove. Pineapple Grove. That gorgeous kind of tropical cocktail smell, absolutely beautiful, gorgeous, sweet, fruity. Francis, did I miss here? Jeans in the freezer. Yes, Charlie was told when he bought his Japanese jeans that rather than washing them, he should put them in the freezer to freeze them, to remove odour. Yeah, try it. It works. It works. Yeah. Yeah. If you've got clothing that you can't wash, freeze it. Retards the bacteria that causes the smell. Who knew? Did you know that, George?
Yeah.
You did know that? So I bet you buy expensive jeans, don't you?
You're meant to wash them after maybe 20, 30 times of wearing them, and then they crease where you're wearing them.
Yeah.
So it's a personalised fit.
Ah. We'll talk about that later. $14.99 instead of $21.99. Amazing, amazing. We're limited on all of the soak. Yuzu spray. Yuzu spray. We're a bit concerned about because this is absolutely flying out. That should be $19.99. The 248ml bottle is $13.99 from us. You're saving £6. It's almost a third off. That's phenomenal, right? The scent is gorgeous, but more than that, you're getting flatter, crisper fabric, better handle, controls the bias. It's a starch-free formula. So starch can attract insects to fabric. We don't like that. We don't want that. More in baskets than I have available, though. Celebrations. There is a celebration scent. We are celebrating as well. It's my 3rd year anniversary. Yeah, it's 3 years. Who knew? If you buy anything today, every single purchase gets you another entry into our shop to win. You could buy a bottle of flatter and actually get a sewing machine in the post along with your bottle of flatter. An Elna Experience 450 plus. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. Wow. If you're interested in any of the so-called flatter products, please don't hang about because they are very, very limited stock. And we don't know if we can get them back in stock, but if we can, they will be full price. We won't be able to do these price drops. We want to get you to try it. Try it. I've tried it. I'm loving both. They're brilliant products. Absolutely love them. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, I'm joined by the Juki boys. Garry and George are here. Fabulous, fabulous 2 hours of Juki sewing machines coming up after this.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Come on, make yourself cosy. I'm just here at my humble abode. Now, on the 1st of September, we're going to be launching my brand new quilting book. It's called Quilts from the Country. There are 30 brand new quilt projects in the book, and you can quilt them all through the year. I know you're going to love it. So make sure you join me here on Sewing Street on the 1st of September for the launch of my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. Now, get cosy by the fire and let's have some crumpets.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, have we got a fantastic 2 hours for you now. I've got the Juki boys here, George and Garry, muscling in there. All right, lads. All right, how you doing? I feel like we're all standing at the bar. You know, what do you want to drink, eh? The Juki boys are here. Oh my goodness, we're kind of ombre, aren't we? Light, medium, dark blue. I'm glad you got the memo.
Yeah.
Well, George has just completely blown my mind with the Tony blind hemmer. I mean, literally, I cannot even work out how it's... Can't compute. That's later. George, we're going to be looking at that in the sort of second half of our spectacular. But Garry, the first sort of hour or so of the show, we're looking at the DX3.
We certainly are, yes, indeed.
Amazing computerised sewing machine.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it's that computerised to assist you, but it's that Juki mechanical quality, which obviously then that's the performance level.
It's the best of both worlds,
absolutely,
isn't it? It really is. And we've also got two amazing additional foot packages that you can buy. One for quilters, one for dressmakers, which is just absolutely fantastic. The machine is superb, absolutely brilliant machine. From Juki, £1,345, 5-way split pay. You're also getting £172.85 worth of freebies added in. An extension table, a compensating foot, which is 2.5 millimetres, and a 4.8 mil piping foot as well added in. £172.85 in additional goodies, all for free. But let's start off by talking about the machine, Garry. I mean, tell me why you love this machine so much, Garry.
Right, well, people, we know the DX range on there. That is that domestic machine, but with high performance. So the great thing about that, whether you're a beginner, whether you're an advanced sewer, you want a machine that you can just get on, not have to mess around with, and it doesn't matter whether with your quilting, dressmaking, soft furnishing, whether you're using it domestically, whether you're using it semi-commercially as well.
Okay.
So obviously we back that up fully. On that, we will look after the 2-year warranty still.
Even if I'm using it commercially?
Absolutely.
Because
yes,
normally
indeed.
It drops, doesn't it, to 1 year with a lot of brands. If you use it domestically, you get the full warranty. If you use it commercially, it's usually halved, taken down to 1 year.
That's it.
You keep the 2 years.
Well, again, we know the performance of our machines. We know how they're made as well. And obviously, Juki themselves, obviously, we supply over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
Incredible.
So, with our domestic machines, obviously, they are strong enough for businesses. Not everybody's got the room or the capacity, obviously, to have a range of industrial machines. So,
Understood.
having, obviously, a tabletop machine is something you can carry around. Obviously, it's not a lightweight plastic machine. It's a full metal chassis. It's 9.5 kilograms, for those people who do want to know on that.
So back up just a little bit there, Garry. When you talk about a full metal chassis, what are we talking there?
So with a lot of machines on that, so certainly being how they're built now, because we're talking about stitches, when a lot of people come in and they start looking at machines for the first time, one of the first questions they ask is, oh, how many stitches it does? Yes, it does 155 stitches. It's got 3 built-in alphabets as well.
That's impressive.
Which is, again, there's a lot there to play with. To me, to start off with, that's fairly irrelevant, is because if it doesn't do the basics well, it's not worth having a couple of 100 stitches.
Well, I get that. I get that in spades.
Because on that. So, obviously, with ourselves, we're known for our industrial technology, the box feed system. So, the same as what we use for our industrial machines, rather than a domestic, what they call an elliptical system. So, more powerful, carries the fabric a lot better as well.
Yeah.
Gives you then more elongation on the stitches. So there's a lot of different
More
variations.
consistent, neater, better results.
Because it's constant contact, and that's the nice thing about it. Even so, when going up and down, like the lumps, when we get to those double, triple seams as well, the machine doesn't struggle. And we've always said, when you're using a machine, if you have to assist your machine, i.e. when I hear it so many times, oh, I get to a bump and I have to push it through and things like that. Obviously, that's technically something your machine doesn't want to do.
Right.
And obviously, if you're assisting your machine as well,
you're kind of forcing it to do it, aren't you?
You're forcing.
You're not assisting, you're forcing.
Yeah, and you're never going to get the stitch quality is never going to be there because obviously you're taking that over. Obviously, with something forcing it through, you're more chance of bending and breaking needles as well.
Yeah.
Obviously on that side. So having the machine running. So first of all, I'm just going to run it. You can hear and feel how smooth it is. So at the moment, I'm using it without the foot control. I have got the options, use it with and without the foot control on there. So I've got full start-stop on the machine and I've got that perfect speed control. So I can go from 50 stitches a minute. So as a beginner, if you're obviously doing a fragile area, etc. that way, obviously we've got that control. But when we want to, we have got that 1,000 stitches a minute as well.
1,000?
So, and as you can see, I'm hardly touching it. I'm letting the machine just do its thing there. And as you can also recognise how smooth, how quiet the machine is. There's no vibrations, and that's going back to obviously that first question about the chassis. So saying it's a full metal chassis rather than a half chassis. So with a lot of machines, obviously, the outside, yes, it's plastic. Of course. We need something for the styling. Yeah. And obviously it helps keep the weight down as well. But obviously it's what's behind that, which is the important thing. So as we recognise on some machines out there now, they're just two pieces of plastic stuck together with a couple of circuit boards inside. So on a piece of paper, they look like they do a lot. But it's when you come to use it, that's when you obviously notice the performance level. It starts clonking and creaking or vibrating across the table on.
Yeah, it almost, I mean, my dad was an engineer and he always used to get very excited about what you couldn't see, what was, behind the surface gloss. And I used to think, oh, it's a bit nerdy. But actually... I know, I mean that in the kindest possible way.
I totally agree
think,
with you.
oh no, but I want to know how many stitches. But actually, you're absolutely right. These things are kind of irrelevant in a way because 99.9% of the stitching I do is a straight line. But if it isn't, in fact, Gary, when I bought my Juki from George, I remember saying to him, "Don't care about all the whistles and bells. If it doesn't do a beautiful straight stitch, not interested. That's the only thing that matters."
And that's the way it should be
as
well, because as you say, well, it's that combination of having the stronger needle bar as well. There's different features. Obviously, having a weak point on any machine is obviously that's going to be the best it can be.
Yes.
So you've got to make sure that everything works together. So DC powered motor, again, along with the box feed, full metal rotary hook system as well. So again, that smoothness is there for us.
And long lasting. This is going to last for years and years.
It's the durability of it as well. And this is why when we say you're using it semi-commercially, that's why we uphold that warranty. We know.
Do you know, that's blown my mind. So as I say, normally if you want to use a sewing machine commercially, sometimes the warranty becomes void. You say you're using it commercially, it's void. Or it goes down to a year. You keep the 2-year warranty, even if you're using this commercially. You're making bags to sell, or quilts to sell, or children's clothing to sell, or whatever.
It would just say even alterations, repairs, anything like that, where suddenly you're realising, hang on a minute, I've offered a service, and then before you know it, everybody's now asking for it because again, what's wrong with making a little bit of extra money?
This could
on the
pay
side.
for your machine.
And that's the thing, it helps pay for the machine. Obviously,
Love
good threads,
that.
good fabrics these days are not cheap, and to be fair, quality isn't cheap, as we know, on there. So with having the different levels, then obviously with the strength of the needle, excuse me, the strength of the needle bar on there, then with the chassis, that whole combination, as you can hear, you can feel. But also, the great thing about that as well, it shouldn't matter then what piece of fabric I get. And obviously, this is where we always...
Oh, I love this.
This is because it's the important thing. I know it's sort of where we always start. But as you said, most of our sewing is straight stitch. So we want to know whatever piece of fabric we pick up.
Just a minute, just a minute.
So this
is like a piece of
fabric.
cardboard. It's really thick and heavy.
Well, again,
it's lovely as well, isn't it?
We sort of absolutely. That's the thing. It's a proper tapestry fabric. So
I'm coming for a nosy.
Yeah, no. If we're making our bags, obviously something like this, obviously soft furnishings and that as well. We're using this type of fabric, but obviously when we sew it, a lot of time when we're doing our hems, etc. That way. Obviously, we haven't got our single folds, we've got triple folds like so.
3 layers.
So we've got 3 layers just to do our hem that way.
This is super thick fabric.
Then we can get straight onto the machine. With the foot lift, we've got our normal control, and then we've got our extra high lift as well. So for our thicker fabrics, we've got a double lift system on there. So again, once it's on there, I can set the speed to what I'm happy, just press start, and the machine will literally go from one to the other. As you can hear, you can see, obviously, it's not changed the sound, it's not changed the beat.
I was just about to say that, Gary. It doesn't sound any different to going through a layer of calico. It hasn't changed. The stitches are beautiful. It's like an Olympic athlete running uphill.
Oh, and that's it.
The difference between her doing that and me, I'd need to take the bus.
Oh, very much so.
I'd be on the bus.
You on the bus with it.
Yeah.
And then obviously what we have got as well when we finish is the yellow button on the front with the scissors on there. We have got the underbed trimmer, so it will automatically cut the threads for us as well. So obviously that finishing, I always put the underbed trimmer, it's one of those things where if you've never had one, generally you won't miss it. But once you've used it and have one, then you will never stop using it.
Oh, totally.
The time it saves, but also the thread it saves. You're not then pulling tails, but just that simple press of a button, obviously job done for us.
Well, I get that question all the time, Gary, and it really is make or break for a lot of people. Is there a thread cutter? No. Okay, well, I don't want it then.
No, this is it. Well, a lot of time, it's sort of, I put it to sort of a different equation on there. It's where, would you now buy a car without electric windows? Generally, you wouldn't. You don't need electric
really
windows.
good point.
The handle does the job
Really
just as
good
well.
point.
But you generally wouldn't. And again, it's that sort of feature on there. Once you've had it, you would just never look back on
Totally
there.
agree. Yeah.
But sort of going into that performance level, you say, a couple of layers of calico, straight on, heavy tapestry fabric there.
Really,
as well.
I mean, we do some heavy tapestries, but that is heavier and thicker than we do. And that just went like a hot knife through butter. Absolutely just.
And this is what we say.
The quality of the stitching front and back as well.
And that is the thing on there. It's having, a lot of people say about automatic tensions. Well, yes, machines technically do state they have auto on there. But again, as an engineer, we know there's no such thing really as automatic tensions because a machine cannot work out obviously what thread you're putting through, it doesn't know what fabrics you're using. So the balance of it is then having the right pressurizing system on the tension system, obviously combined, say, with the feed, with the needle bar, and working in conjunction with each other. A stitch should always stay even if it's a good quality tension system. So it's not automatically adjusting, it's just self-pressurizing.
Yes.
And a self-pressurizing system will stay even, you say, it doesn't matter what thickness of fabric I'm going through.
Or if we're folding and now we're going over a double hem or a triple hem.
That's it, and that's like then even up in the game a little bit more.
Now again, you're not using a thin, flexible PU there.
No.
This is like, is it car upholstery?
This is, basically cotton back vinyl, car upholstery, boat interiors, obviously outdoor furniture, anything like that, just making loose covers for your barbecue or whatever.
Yeah, I'd be thinking, no, it's a no from me, Gary. I'm not going to put that through my sewing machine. Can I put it through my Juki?
And again, I'm going to do not just a single fold, I'm going to do that triple fold on here.
Stop it.
Like
So
a proper
3
hem
layers.
as well,
I'm
3
coming in for a
layers again.
close look. I'm going to grab the glasses.
So-
Glasses are going on.
What I'm going to do this time is because it is a slightly softer fabric, but also the main thing because it's a vinyl. So what we're going to do is on the machine, doesn't matter what stitch we select, obviously I have just unboxed the machine and we've just switched it on. It will automatically set itself to normal straight stitch on there. Needle position is centre.
Yeah.
It has got 36 needle positions.
36?
So why do we need 36 needle positions? Well, it's got the capability, so why not? But also invisible zips, piping, where you want it that little bit closer, then we can obviously have the option of doing that.
Cool,
so we can get that preciseness there as well.
Yeah.
So the stitch length, it automatically sets to 2.4. Being a vinyl, I am actually going to take it up, 3.2 on there. And two reasons really. One thing, I think it looks nicer, but also second of all, if you are doing plastics and vinyls and things like that, the smaller the stitch, the closer stitch, the more you're technically perforating.
Sure.
And therefore you're weakening in the actual fabric.
Yeah, this
itself.
fabric doesn't heal back up, does it?
That's exactly. This one is literally say that triple fold, just going to press start. And again, obviously with no adjustments apart from the stitch length,
Amazing.
it's just going to go straight through, get to the end, press stop. There's a cut.
Gary, I want a close look at this.
Absolutely. So we take a look at that. And then,
I say.
obviously, we look at the front and back. It's that natural
We
thing.
do look at the front and the back.
And the great thing about that, where when we're sort of seeing people and we're demonstrating
Really
on
good.
that, I'm not saying it's a sarcastic way, but it's almost, I can tell what machines they've been using is because they would say, okay, let me have a look at the back. And then straight away in my head, I know they're used to obviously dodgy stitching at the back. And then when I turn over what we've done and seeing it is just as perfect at the back as what it is on the front. It should be as well.
That's right.
But
That's
again,
right.
that's having that balancing system on the tension system, but also having that consistent feed as well.
Well, it's the same with things like quilting, isn't it? I mean, you know, a lot of quilters just accept that their quilting will look, especially free motion, will look lovely from the front and will look, you know, eyelashes and dodgy tension on the back.
Yeah.
And people say, oh yeah, I always use a patterned fabric on the back so that the stitches don't show. And that makes my heart just sort of, you know, hurt a little bit that we accept that, oh, that's the best it can ever be. And it isn't the best it can ever be if you're using the right machine, a quality machine.
It's that, again, the right tool for the right job, but also it is that investment. We know it's not that budget level, but it's having a machine you can also grow with. It's also going to encourage you to sew more as well.
Absolutely.
And also to encourage you to do different projects. It's not going to restrict you at all. And then this is why then going to the extremes, then something like this. This is Habi Tie Silk. This is a, sort of a number 5. You can basically see through it how fine it is. And we know with silk, it creases as soon as you look at it on there. So what we've got on the machine as well is on the needle plate, I'm going to just take the foot off. So we can see we have got then a 7mm stitch pattern. So certain things we do on our machine, or we don't do on our machines to be precise, is 7mm is the maximum width that we do on our domestic machines.
Okay.
So again, once you start going above that, you are going to dramatically reduce the quality of straight stitch because there's just way too much movement on there. So again, having those restrictions, even going right up to our top of the range machines, this is the same sewing system in this machine as it is in our machines, what costs 3 times as much.
Understood.
Because it's the best for us. So therefore, even when we go up the range, we don't try and put features in there for the sake of just putting features in there.
Got you.
And then,
So this is the best quality feed system.
and this and maximum pattern size, etc.
Yeah.
That way. So with the actual then actual needle plate, because of the wider hole on here, even when you get to real fine sheer fabrics, what we have got is, I'm just going to press a little white button there, which you can see, it will just flip the cover up. Not again clear, you can see what colour thread you're using, how much thread you've got left in there. But this little lever here, if we just watch the centre of the needle plate, so as we can see at the moment it's got the wide zigzag gap on there. Just by moving this lever across, you will see that finger will just slide up into place like so.
Oh, yeah.
It's now turned it into a single hole straight stitch needle plate.
Stop it.
So we've got no screwdrivers, we're not fiddling around, which obviously a lot of machines you can have an optional plate to do that, which you then got to take off, unscrew, etc.
Yes.
Flicking a switch. Also, that peace of mind.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, and well, it's the sort of thing you don't want to be wasting time, because a lot of people then won't bother using it.
Clever.
Yeah, so, but just by flicking that, we've then set it to that straight stitch.
So centre needle position.
Yep, automatically
Don't
on
forget.
there. The machine, well, this is the great thing about it as well. If I try now and move the needle position or change the stitch, the machine will not let me. So I
Just have a look on the front of the machine just a second.
Yeah.
Look, so
that's going into the reinforced straight stitch. Again, because it is centre needle position straight stitch, but if you can see here where you've got a little circle with a cross in it, that's telling me I'm on single straight stitch needle plate. So if I try and do a zigzag stitch, it's not going to allow me to do it until I go then back to my normal straight stitch. So it has that safety feature.
And that was
on
just
there.
a flick of a switch.
And that's just that flick of a switch.
That's really clever.
Not resetting the program or anything like that at all. So
I could use that for things like my patchwork piecing. I could, you know, avoid the fabric getting gobbled up in the machine. That can really happen a lot. Quilting.
For basically, if you're doing straight stitch, use it on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, as long as you're not, say, which won't allow you to do anyway, but if you're just doing straight stitch, why not use it on everything?
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily needed on everything, but belt and
Why
braces.
not? Yeah.
Yeah, why not indeed?
Yeah.
And then if I just pop that under, so what we're going to do, so because I'm just standing at that awkward angle, so obviously the machine itself does come with a foot control. So multi-function foot control, what I mean by that is we've got the accelerator on the front and what we call a heel back. So this is like the industrial design where you've got your front of your foot, you're pressing down like an accelerator on there, but when you finish you can put your heel back here, which then I can have that to activate the machine in different ways. I personally like it as a thread trimmer.
So it's programmable?
As it's programmable.
Got you.
Exactly it.
So what can we program with the heel tap?
So basically I can have it so it doesn't do anything at all,
Right.
because some people don't, fair enough, they don't get used to it straight away, but obviously when you get used to it, it's absolutely brilliant. But also then you can turn it, say, into the thread trimmer on there as well. So you've got that option. Little things that we think of when we design. It's something simple, but we know with foot controls, so many leads get damaged on there because they're being wrapped up and wrapped around the foot control, which is something really you shouldn't do on there, because if it kinks it, then you've damaged the lead. So just a little thoughtful thing where we put a coil wrap just underneath the foot control. So it's these little things like that, which again can save problems within the future, but also it just keeps it nice and tidy as well. So you're not going to catch it, trip over it, and then once it's plugged in, away we go. So I've already programmed this to my personal setting. But we can go into the machine on here, and we've got the foot control setting here, so we can then go in and then, so if I want to switch it on, just want to switch it off, I have those options on there. So I can then program it in.
So there were the scissors there. Does
That's
that mean
it.
you can use it to cut the thread?
I can use it to cut the thread. So that's the program I had. So if I come out of that program and go in, I can have it then so it has needle up, needle down.
Yes.
I can have it so it does an auto reverse with the rear foot. So again, depending what sewing you're doing, you can tailor make the machine to your projects.
Locking stitch.
Well. So we've got the locking stitch on the point, so like for patch workers and quilters.
Yes.
We've got a reverse locking stitch, so for the dressmaking side as well. So on there, so we've got needle up, needle down. So again, for permanent there.
So it might just be that while you're doing your piecing, you program your heel tap to cut the thread. Because that's what you'll use most when you're piecing. But then when you're quilting, your most regular thing that you might do is to do the locking stitch. If you're doing lots of lines of quilting that you then need to lock off before you start a new one, you can reprogram the foot. So it's not a case of one choice and that's it forever.
No, that's it. Again, you're tailor-making the machine to your type of sewing. So I've just set it back, obviously, to the thread trimmer, how I like it on there. So with something like that, obviously, the straight stitches set itself back to 2.4, so it doesn't matter how much you've played around with the machine. Again, this is a nice thing for beginners as well. It's a simple touchpad controller on the front. It sets everything for you. Obviously, nice clear screen as well, which only gives you the information you need for that stitch as well. It's not like bombarding you with everything and you've got to then figure it out through different screens. So it just makes it so easy to use. But then when you want to be the advanced sewer, obviously on there, then I have got a lot of programming in. I've got mirror image, I've got elongation, I've got memory facilities for writing names, etc. that way.
Amazing.
So I can really play
And
around.
3 alphabets as
and
well.
Having those 3 different fonts on there is absolutely
Love
great.
that.
But obviously, as we know, the main thing is just basic, normal straight stitch.
Absolutely.
But
Let's see. So this is Habitai silk.
this is the Habitai silk. So we've gone
Gorgeous.
from just calico to start off with. Then we put through our heavy tapestry fabric. Then we went through the vinyl, the upholstery vinyl. And now we've just gone straight onto silk. I haven't adjusted anything, well, apart from obviously the slightly longer stitch length, which I went through on the vinyl. But other than that, I haven't changed anything at all. We're going to get to the end. We should finish, say, heel back. I've just cut the threads for me. Needle comes up, and then away we go. So again, if we have a little look on there,
Absolutely immaculate.
so we can see this, it is very fine. Well, you can see how much it moves just by the way I touch it. And again, at the back, it is that perfectly balanced tension. You can look, and I find obviously a good seam is when you actually look down the edge of the seam, and it's obviously if you've got twist and movement marks in there, you know the feed hasn't gripped it properly, and that's when obviously it's virtually gathered it down the edge. But as you can see on that, because that's your outside seam, it is absolutely perfectly straight.
It is perfect. It hasn't puckered, it hasn't twisted.
Yeah.
Just absolutely beautiful.
And that is obviously giving you a lot more flexibility than when you're doing your real fine shears, whether it's chiffon, say Habitai silk to me is one of the sort of more difficult fabrics to use.
Yeah, well, your
in that way.
business that you're maybe if you're using this machine for business, remember it doesn't void the warranty, it doesn't change the warranty. You can use this machine commercially. Your business might be making evening wear. It might be doing. Oh, hello.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, electric scissors. Sorry. No. So
it might be that you do wedding dresses. It might be that you do bridesmaids or prom wear, where you're working with a lot of those kind of difficult fabrics. Don't make your life more difficult by using a machine that can't handle it. Use the DX3.
and then other sort of features on there, obviously for the finer fabrics, which was great. But exactly what you mentioned earlier about obviously going then from layer to layer, from fabric to fabric, that you have to stop, reset your fabric, etc. That way, otherwise it can pull it down into the hole.
Yes.
Pack it up. And in fairness, a lot of machines won't like doing that. It's because as soon as it's not on fabric, obviously you're not feeding anything. So with the box feed system, as we will notice, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start actually with the first stitch off the edge of the fabric.
Yeah.
So I've still got the straight stitch plate over at the moment. I have got this button on the front of the machine here. As we can see, it's got the reverse stitch, it's got a lollipop and a pair of scissors.
Okay.
So
doesn't mean a thing to me at the moment.
no, this is it. What is it? But it's something you've used before, because the first one is your reverse tie-on.
Yeah.
So when you forward and stop your stitches.
Yeah.
Your lollipop picture is then when it stitches on the spot, so more for your patchwork and quilting.
Yeah.
Exit that way. And then your auto scissors. So basically, if I press it once on the screen, it comes up with the reverse tie-on and the scissors. And if I press it again, it will come with the lollipop and the scissors. I'm going to go back to the reverse. That's switching it off completely. So what we can now do is, as I said, the first stitch is actually going to be off the edge of the fabric.
Yes.
So if I start sewing now, it stitches off, on, reverse, off, on, and away we go again. Again, no hesitation.
Did that automatically.
That's it. And then I can go for my next piece of fabric, straight on. I'm going to run it straight through. Again, it won't hesitate. It doesn't stop. So this is another thing about having that box feed system. It's a much longer travel.
Yes.
So I haven't got to start with my fabrics further back. It will quite happily pick it up, and then before it then causes a mess and tangle up under machine, it's picked up the next piece of fabric straight away. So you say for your constant piecing, anything like that, absolutely no problems. I'm going to get to the end. I'm going to press the reverse button once, and you can say I've done it off and on the fabric again. Stop, cut the threads, needle up, and away we go.
All in one action. That's
and
so
then
clever.
you say that's giving you then obviously that piecing from one to the other, absolutely causing no problems. And if we look at the edges in between, as you can see, it's not puckered it, it's not pulled it,
beautiful,
etc. that way. So obviously with myself, if it does that well, which is obviously the key thing on all types of fabric, it's then can save you time.
Yes.
Obviously, you're not chewing up fabrics and things like that.
Absolutely.
But also, it's nothing worse than making a garment and then final finishing, whether it's a top stitch finish or something like that, when the machine is then not behaving itself.
Well, also, Gary, it's things like the quality of a buttonhole. You're right, top stitching, buttonholes, button sewing, things like that. You know, if they don't look great, I don't know, it's such a disappointment, isn't it?
And that's exactly what we're going to do now, is a couple of top stitch finishing on there. So
lovely.
like with buttonholes and on there. So at the moment, I'm on there, obviously I've got particular thread, because this is also another thing that I look at. It's hearing and talking to people at home, and also when we see exhibitions and we're playing, oh, my machine doesn't like this thread and doesn't like that thread.
Hear it all the time.
Absolutely. I can understand if it's a cheap thread, because obviously it's hairy, it's erratic thicknesses, because it's just the way it's spun, the quality of it. That's after a good weekend.
Exactly.
And then, but what we should be able to do is then change for a sort of keeping the quality wise. I'm just going to change my thread. So this is a 40 thickness sheen thread on there.
Yeah.
I'm now going to go to a 60 weight.
Okay.
So 60 being finer. So if you're sort of not sure on that, basically the bigger the number, finer it's the gauge of thread. So it's the finer. So I'm going to a 60 weight thread on here. And to be fair, if I was going to be sewing a lot of silk and that, I would have changed earlier, but I wanted to show you by keeping the same thread for different fabrics. So by using the finer fabric now, or the finer thread, again, I can just thread it up as normal. So drop in, bobbin, so nice and easy. It's all arrowed and numbered as well. So we just follow number 1, round number 2, number 3, just trims off the tail like so. That's it set now. I don't have to do anything else to that.
No bringing up the bobbin thread.
No, not
start sewing.
Have to pull it up at all on there. It will just hold itself. And as we notice as well, when the underbed trimmer cuts in, we didn't pick it up again. It just holds it, so we can literally just stop and start all day long.
Perfect.
No problems at all. And then with the top threading, I'm just going to run that through again. Fairly conventional through most machines. Number 1, number 2, under number 3, over number 4, down number 5 behind the guide. Then we've got number 6. Number 7 is our needle threader, so it just grips the thread. Number 8 is on the side, which is just a little thread trimmer, just removing that tail. Then I am going to put the presser foot down, just so it gives us a little bit more visual space there. But number 9 is this little lever here on the side. I'm just going to bring it down, twist in, let go, and there you go, threaded. So
That's so easy.
It's what we call sort of a one-step needle threader. So there's needle threaders out there that you're still doing most of the work on there. So with that one, again, it just automatically threads it for us. And obviously having the automatic needle up, needle down, once it's cut the threads, the needle's in the perfect place every time as well. And there's 2 reasons which is good for that. One thing, having that set up where the needle's in the perfect position. One thing, when you start sewing, it's not going to never whip the thread out the eye of the needle on there. Obviously, needle being in the highest position is the correct position for the needle threader as well. And also, which is a big thing, if your needle is not in the correct position when you start, and you start when it starts going slightly down first, it automatically gives you that loop of stitching. And then, I don't know if you've had that query before, where you look under your work and you've got those few loops.
A little bird's nest.
That's it. And a lot of time, it's always because the needle's not in the correct position. So again, obviously, it's something we use on our industrials because we don't want to be unpicking and obviously just don't want it to look scruffy. So we have that on our domestic machines as well.
Oh, I mean, if it's good in industry, I mean, we want it in our homes. We absolutely do. Lovely message here, Garry, from Collector in Wiltshire. She says, I bought this machine from Sewing Street 2 to 3 years ago. I love it. It's the best make of machine I've used. It makes sewing and buttonholes so easy.
That is wonderful. Thank you very much for that. It's been, as I say, it's been a little while since we've had the DX3 back on here again. So again, it's really appreciating. That's also something we do like on our, when we engineer something, we engineer it to last, and therefore we're not changing our machines every 5 minutes as well. Again, if you built something well, there should be no need to change it.
You don't need to change it.
To me, when companies start messing around and playing around with different models, I'm not talking just sewing machines, anything as well. If they feel the need, they have to keep changing things, then they haven't got it right.
No, absolutely.
If you get it right, then you shouldn't have to change it.
It's interesting, isn't it? I was watching a thing the other day about the evolution of sewing machines, and there was a little bit of variation to start with. Sewing machines did like a chain stitch, and there were all kinds of different manually moving the fabric through the machine. But once they got it right, it really hasn't changed since, has it? The stitch that's being formed is not quite the original. The original was a different kind of stitch, formed differently.
You had, as you say, you had the chain stitch certainly with the start off with, which was more the original. Obviously, the shuttle bobbin came along.
One thread,
That's it on there, just using the one thread. Then they say the shuttle bobbin came along then with the first dual thread machines on there, and obviously then the shuttle bobbin changed, then it went to a round bobbin. But also then they have rotary. Again, once you get me talking on this engineering side, I'm sorry, I just go on for hours on that.
It's quite cool stuff, isn't it? But the point I was trying to make there was that once you got it right, you don't need to change it. In the evolution of sewing machines, once they got the basic how the stitch would be formed right, it's never changed.
No. And that is also with like the top threading is one of the main things on there. Obviously, you've got your tension system, you've got your check spring system, you've got your take-up system on there. It may look slightly different, and some machines have it more external when you look at the industrial side as well. But it's generally all doing the same job. And that's something, as you say, has not changed. Even the chain stitch machines had that. There has been companies, and to be fair, as Juki, being that developer as well of technology, we have tried different threading systems. We have tried cartridge threading systems. We have tried dual swap over threads as well on machines in the past as well. But again, it's just not been reliable.
No, it comes back to the classic.
It comes back to that classic. So when we get people come in and say, oh, they should make the threading easy and things like that, trust me, it has been tried many times over the decades.
All I want, Gary, all I want, and I think everyone would agree with me here, is I want the bobbin gone. I want to be able to drop a reel of thread into my machine.
It's called a continuous bobbin.
Yes.
We had that. We actually developed that through Juki.
Bobbin.
That's it. We developed it through Juki probably, I'm going to say 15 years ago.
Wow.
And you've never heard of it, have you?
No.
Because it was not reliable.
It didn't really work.
It just didn't work on
Oh,
there.
you see.
So again, we do listen to people when they say, oh, it'd be nice to have this, have that. And you say that continuous bobbin where you literally put a reel of thread in, take it off. Again, it just, you just couldn't get it reliable.
But Gary, if I ever rub a lamp and a genie comes out, 3 wishes, that is going to be what, and I'm going to wish it for everybody. So I got your back.
Indeed, absolutely brilliant. Well, something like that. And it's like the auto colour changing on top. Where on that, again, we developed that many years ago. And it's something, it just couldn't get it reliable enough. Again, we've tried it, and then we tried it in industry, but we have tried it with our domestic machines more than we have with industry. Because for the domestic market where you are constantly changing. But again, if it's not reliable, it's not right, we won't just put it out on the market just for the sake of it.
The DX3 is a bit of a classic, isn't it? It's everything that's great about a Juki sewing machine in one machine. Fabulous range of stitches, great buttonholes, reliable, sturdy. Kath in Greater Manchester says, watching the show while sewing on my Juki, swapping between FPP and lunch bag making with webbing straps, Juki just works with no adjustments. I love that.
Wonderful, thank you, Kath. This is what we strive to be on there. Is that no-nonsense sewing machine. Making sewing a pleasure. Again, it's just having something that, whether it's a hobby, whether it's a business, you want to enjoy it.
Absolutely.
You just say, well, they always say if you enjoy your job, it's not like you're not working. It becomes very frustrating if you've got a machine that's then obviously costing you money, chewing up fabrics.
Exactly.
Also, time alone, whether it's business or pleasure, we can't get time back.
No,
we want more time. We'd all love more time.
Absolutely.
So we've got something that wastes time, and it's not good that way.
I want to do my jobs once, you know. I want to do them once to do them right first time.
And look right as well. That's
Lynn's messaged in. We'll get Lynn's message from Herefordshire. She says, I have 3 sewing machines. If I had bought a Juki first, I would only have one.
Wonderful.
If you want a machine, get a Juki, you won't buy another. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn, on that. That's and this is what I say, it's sort of that saying, buy right, buy once on there. And having a machine that's going to do all the different jobs for you on there.
Absolutely.
And this is sort of going, I've just set it onto triple stitch, reinforced straight stitch. A lot of people will see this as a stretch stitch. That's what most, when I put this on here. It is not a stretch stitch.
No.
Don't get me wrong, it stretches, but the thing is, it's what they call a supermatic stitch. So it actually moves forwards and back as it's sewing. The problem is, you do that on stretch fabric, it will naturally stretch the fabric and then wave the fabric.
Right.
So there's 2 things on here. First of all, I'm going to show you certainly what the stitch I think is one of the best used for this particular triple stitch. And having the box feed system makes it even better because 2.5 is its automatic set, and a lot of machines will allow you to then maybe go up to like 3mm, which is still quite a short stitch on this particular one. But if I really want a lovely top stitch effect or something like that, where I want it to stand out, then what I can do, because of the box feed, I can take it right up. So I'm going to go up just over to 4.2mm on there. And if I just sew that, this is 3 layers of denim.
Gary, I was just going to say as well, a lot of sewing machines, obviously I see a lot of sewing machines, once you get to about 2.5 or they start going up in half, not in 0.2.
That's it. Again,
that's a lot more adjustable than most machines I see.
Having that fine tuning on there, because again, as you know, you use lots of different types of fabrics on there, but when you come to then start doing the patterning, where you want that small increment of adjustment, and say fine tuning. So yes, having that feed system also will allow you to then say 0.2 of a millimetre instead of 0.5 of a millimetre.
Yeah,
so it really does
good.
give
I like
you that extra control there. So
see, I love the triple stitch for like a nice heavy top stitch.
that is it.
Is that what you like to use it for?
And that's exactly what I've used it for on here. And because we can elongate it, if we now have a look at that on there.
Look as well. Oh, it's lovely. Have a look at that.
Looks like, sorry, I've moved it across. I keep moving it away. Sorry about that. As I get it into place. So as you can see, it actually looks like you've used a top stitch thread.
It does.
And as we know, with domestic machines, the tension systems, the bobbin system, they're not designed to use thicker threads.
No.
So a lot of people try thicker threads, and obviously they can cause a lot of damage to the machine.
That's lovely.
But also, it's just again, it's having that professional finish without having to fiddle and play around on there. So
Can I just ask you, Gary, about the feet that the sewing machine comes with, the standard feet that it comes with, but also the extra goodies that we're getting. So standard feet first.
So standard feet that we've got on there, which we're going to show on there. First of all, as you've noticed, well, certainly part of the offer, which is absolutely lovely, is this extension table.
Yeah.
So really, really nice big extension table.
Big extension
table. On there. So again, that's something obviously that is part of the offer, as well as the extra feet that we've got.
No extra cost for this.
So in there. Also, as you've recognised next to me as well, it comes with a lovely hard cover.
Yep.
So it's well protected. So once the extension table's off, obviously it's giving us our free arm. Underneath, we have got our drop feed mechanism underneath here as well, just a flick of a switch.
Great, so we can drop our feed dogs.
So for all of our free motion,
Easy.
creative sewing that way, nice and easy that way. Inside the arm, so this is what we call the accessory arm. So that will then just slide on. Have you also on here, it's a wide accessory arm as well. It's an 8-inch throat, but with a high rolling area, so which is nice. Dual LCD lights on there, so LED, I'll get that right, LED
Actually,
lights
I was just going to say, Gary, just to backtrack very slightly, the throat space, the thing is, I know when you look at this machine, it looks like a compact machine, and certainly if you don't have masses of space, it is compact, but actually the throat space for such a compact machine is massive.
Absolutely, yep. So, because it's not just also obviously the A to B here, it is the whole sort of C section as such to say here. So we've made it into that higher rolling area.
What is the height of the?
So the height on this one is, I think it's 5.2 inches, something like that.
Wow.
I just have to fine tune the exact answer on that one.
Wow,
But
see, that's a lot. See, I was working on a machine yesterday that had 8-inch by 4.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a nice area.
Nice size on
but that's 8
and it's
by
got that little bit higher.
5?
I think 5.2 or 5.5 it might. I just have to
awesome.
double check that one.
That's awesome.
But that's the nice thing of having that area. Well, then obviously having a big, long.
So quilting big quilts, larger sewing projects, perfect.
But this is something we are very, very pleased of, and it's a computerised sewing machine. It's a computerised programmable machine, but the sewing system is completely mechanical.
Yeah.
And that is something we are pleased of. That's why there's no directional feed system. The feed system does what it should do. It goes forwards and back. It doesn't go sideways. It doesn't go diagonal. Because once you start messing around with that cam system, obviously you can lose that quality again of straight stitch. And as we know, that's the highest performance. That's what we want on our machines.
Yeah,
don't mess
it
around
is
with
easy, isn't it, to look at these and think, oh, mine does all these fancy things. But I think, like you say, the engineer in you wants to remind us all, and I think it's really worth remembering that 99.9% of the sewing that most of us do is a straight line. That's what we really need our machine to do.
That's it.
A beautiful straight stitch and potentially a beautiful buttonhole, I think is also really important.
Very, very much so. But also, again, that's all down to obviously to the sewing system. And as we said before, once you start making the machine do so many different things, and so obviously as people sort of may know or not know, we don't do embroidery systems, because once you start going into that realm, you are completely changing the sewing system, the tension system, the pressure systems all change as well.
Yeah.
So that's something we are.
It's not what you do.
No, it's not our market.
You do sewing. You do sewing really, really well.
That is
Got a
it,
lovely
yeah.
message that I want to play. Hello, this is from Mrs. Karen. in Kent, Mrs. Karen. Hello, Mrs. Karen. Hello, I love my Juki. It's the best. Always happy to have an upgrade though, Garry. If you could give my hubby, Richard, a nudge. He's watching. Right, so you've got 60 seconds, Garry. Down the barrel of the camera, we need to convince Karen's husband why she deserves an upgrade.
Well, Richard, it's summer. The sun is out. It is a lovely day. We're all happy as it is. Why not make Karen, your wife, even happier on there? Again, you know the pleasure she'll be getting out of the machine that she has. And then to upgrade that, you're going to see that smile even bigger on there as well. And you never know, you might even get that pair of trousers turned up you've always wanted on there. Probably not still, because you're going to have too much fun playing with other stuff on there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, quick while you're ahead, Garry. I'm ready to reach into my pocket and buy Karen a brand new sewing machine. So come on, Richard, you can do it. Kate in Merseyside says, I love Garry's honesty about the machines. He really believes in the product's reliability. If we cut you in half, Garry, I'm not suggesting that we do, but there would be Juki all the way through, wouldn't there?
Well, certainly, obviously, I've been with sewing machines now over, 36, 7 years on there.
I thought you were 35.
I started extremely young. It followed from the family. I was actually started with my brother, actually, because he's in the industry as well. He works for Juki America, actually now as well,
Really cool.
by a coincidence. But he actually started in Franklin's, obviously the same as where I am as well.
Yeah.
So that's how I actually got into the business. And when I first started, obviously, I deal with all makes and models of machines.
Right.
I don't get me wrong, I'm not just on Jukis all day. We get to play on absolutely everything. And this is why I feel, certainly with some manufacturers, they have different levels of builds. You can buy a budget level, you can buy a quality level. Juki themselves only do that high level of build on there. And that's why, and it's not just sewing machines, it's whether I pick up a drill, whether I pick up a vacuum, whether I pick up an iron.
Yeah.
I want that tool to be a tool that's going to do the job for me. I don't want to have to fiddle. I don't want to feel that if I start using it, it's then not going to do what I want it to do.
Sure.
And this is why you say, as an engineer, I've been to the factories, we have sat down, we actually get involved with the development as well. And this is why there's certain features and functions on the machine. We sit there and say, don't do this, don't do that. And they say, well, why not? Why not? And because we want to keep it as a purist machine on there. What I mean by that is to say, it's not trying to be a multi-function machine.
Right.
And when you start being multi-function, i.e. like embroidery systems, as I said, you do change that sewing feature. So the passion comes across is because I know we help develop these machines on there, and we develop them for the right reason.
Absolutely.
So
that's recognized.
Obviously, keep going off on track as I always do on there. So with the machine, it does come with standard utility foot, and this is all inside the accessory arm. As I say, that just opens up, the tray lifts out, which is a nice holding there. So with the machine, we do get our patterning foot. So actually, if I sit it underneath the camera there, so as you can see, it's a clear view foot on there. So it's nice. It's designed. It's got the groove taken out underneath.
Yeah, tell me what I'm going to do, Garry. I'm going to move the extension table out the way. I'll let you have it back, don't worry.
That's right. No, I was thinking, do I put it on a darker fabric to make it stand out a little bit more?
Is that better? Do you want me to move the fabric?
On that.
If you shuffle it over to the left, that's awesome.
There we go. So that's wonderful, thank you. So this is our clear, applique foot. If we look underneath, it has got the groove taken out, so it's not sitting on the stitches, it's skiing basically beside the stitches on there. And it has got the smooth travel on there as well, again, to stop the friction, etc. that way. So that's the first one. It also then comes with our overlock foot, so which again, it gives a guiding system on here, but the main thing is also got a tension bar in the middle of it. So when it overlocks the edge of your fabric, which you can now do directly over the edge, the tension bar does what it says on the tin. It tensions the stitch to stop you giving that crease down the edge of your fabric, so, which is nice. A blind hem foot. So again, it's designed obviously with the stitches in mind, which they should be. That is perfectly set up again for giving you that blind hem finish on there, which again I'm going to hopefully get through and show you these shortly. Yeah. Also, then it comes with our zip foot. So click left or right zip foot on there as well. So pretty much standard, which a lot of machines do have. Then it comes with our buttonhole attachment. A lot of people look at this for the first time and go, whoa, hang on a second, seems a bit much.
You have to plug it in.
You have to plug it in and everything. But what it is, if you look underneath here, it's got a dual plate system on here. The actual fabric doesn't even touch the feed on there. So again, where we've had it before on other machines where they stitch counts or they rely on a trigger switch on.
Yes.
Problem is, if you're then going over sort of different lumps and bumps, which to be fair, most buttonhole bands have got in.
Yeah.
You've got interfacing, you've got folds. This system will give you that perfect stitch, even when you're going over different layers on.
Oh, Gary, in a minute, will you sew
I
me
will
a
certainly
buttonhole,
show that
please?
on there, very
Because
much
do you
so.
know, every time we talk about things like this, I just think back to episode 2 of The Sewing Bee, where I'd made this gorgeous sort of silk blouse, and all I had to do was sew buttonholes up the front, and it lovely, 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 absolute dog's dinner right at the top. And bless her, Maymar, and I thought, oh, here we go. I'll pack my bag and go home now. Because you think, it's the last thing. Why did you have to mess up? Because it's those different thicknesses. And of course, right at the top, there was that extra thickness from the collar going in. And that was the one it messed up. And bless her heart, May Martin, they'd obviously seen it on camera. And she went, let's just check your buttonholes. This is when she's judging. And she went, oh, beautiful, 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 gorgeous. And I thought, here we go. And she went, yeah, lovely. And moved away. And I thought, oh, thank you so much. But, I mean, in reality, I just want all the buttonholes to be beautiful. And actually, this is what it comes down to.
And this is what it all comes down to on there. And there's nothing.
What you've got to do.
You say there's nothing worse than ruin a garment because one of the buttonholes doesn't look right. And you say a lot of time it is normal the top one as well because that's where you've got more folds and layers. So obviously having that system where it doesn't obviously mess up the top buttonhole or any of the buttonholes, it's going to give you that perfect finish. So with the buttonhole foot, it's not scary whatsoever. And once you've got it set up, it's going to come out perfect every time on there. So like a lot of buttonholes, it will actually measure the button for you. So we sit the button in the back and we know now that's the size of the buttonhole it's going to do to gauge for that button.
Got you.
So changing the feet, we've got a little button at the back. So we're just going to press that and the foot will then just drop off. To be fair, that's like most machines out there now, easy interchangeable. So before I put the actual foot on, I'm going to then go into our buttonhole system. So on the front keypad, I can do a direct buttonhole like so, which will give as our standard buttonhole.
Kind of basic buttonhole.
That's
it's
it.
Right on the front.
But obviously, as you can see, it's not allowing me to change. Reason for that is because I'm still on the straight stitch needle plate. So again, flick that across on there. As you can see, the little symbol in the window now has changed to the zigzag gap instead of the round hole.
Yeah.
Now when I press buttonhole, it will now allow me to do it.
It's brilliant.
It's suggesting then what foot to use. Obviously, it set the width, the length, and everything for me. So then just pop the needle plate cover back on, or the bobbin cover, I should say, on there. Clip the foot into place, like so. So with that, then obviously different types of fabrics. I'm just going to pick up the first fabric we will start off with is just a bit normal calico, so nice and simple fabric there. We're just going to pop that under and away we go. So slide it in between the two plates. So it's not allowing the feed, obviously, and I know we say with our box feed systems as well, it is that perfect travel. But again, with the multiple layers and sometimes how deep the layers, if it's even skipping like 0.5 millimetre, you do notice a difference on there.
You do.
So by having this system, obviously it's not going to do that. So I'm actually going to unplug the foot control.
Yep.
I do like using the buttonholes at a constant speed as well, rather than speeding up and slowing down. You'll notice now the button is still red. So if I press that, it will actually tell me on screen.
You haven't plugged in, Gary.
That it's not plugged in.
I can
so
see that.
That's it.
The
So I
jack's
press that
still on
again.
there.
Obviously,
Yeah.
it's still there. But if you've not recognised it on there, again, it's that safety feature, which is nice.
While you plug that in, Gary, I just want to read a really, really cool message that we got sent in.
Yeah.
I think, was it from Karen, who's in Dumfries and Galloway? She says, the Juki buttonhole foot is brilliant. I now don't disregard patterns because they have buttons. How many times have we had messages from viewers who say, oh, if it's got a buttonhole on, I'm not interested, don't do it. And a lot of people do disregard patterns.
Oh, I've heard things where people, obviously, they put the buttons on, but then underneath they put pop snaps, or they Velcro it, or they avoid doing that. It's like many, many times, as you say.
It's that sort of, you know, oh, I put pattern fabric on the back of my quilts because I know the underside's going to look rubbish. It doesn't need to be that way. Get yourself a Juki. Paula from Kent says, hi, Gary. Is this Juki model made of metal? I'm seriously looking into a Juki. So obviously the outside of it has that plastic outer.
The coating, yes, it is plastic.
But it's what's inside that matters.
It's the working on the inside. So, as we say, it's a full metal chassis, not a half chassis.
Full metal inside.
So basically it means it's the full length of the machine and the full width of the machine as well. So that's why the stability, there's no vibrations that travel through the machine on there. Obviously, the biggest thing as well is the working components, the hook system, the needle bar. Obviously, they're actually the sewing parts on there. So if they're not metal or strong, again, it's what it's connected to inside the machine. The take-up system is all metal. So the blocks it's connected to, again, it's all metal. The strength is there.
That's what we want. That's what we want. All metal, full metal.
So what we're going to do is we've got the buttonhole in. I'm also going to set the auto cut finish on there as well. I'm going to set the speed to about 3/4 on there. The light is green, it means it's happy. I'm just going to press start. So also you will notice as well, it's not just going to do a 4-stage buttonhole. It's not going to go, It does a 6 or 7-stage buttonhole depending on what style I go to.
Oh, really?
And the idea of that is when you do a tailored buttonhole, you know sometimes you can put a cording underneath.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
This does the reinforced straight stitch underneath. So again, it helps keep the fabric flat, but also it gives you more of that slightly raised finish like a tailored buttonhole would be on there.
It's real quality. The thing is, it's easy, isn't it? We get so sort of trained to look at whistles and bells, shall we say.
That is it.
And that's what's like, oh, lovely. And actually, you know, this comes naturally to you as an engineer, but we need to all take note of it. It's what's on the inside, it's the quality of the build that really matters. I can see from here that buttonhole is a thing of beauty. It is completely gorgeous, neat, flat. Look at this. Don't forget as well, if you're umming and ahhing about this, you split pay £269 is your split pay. £269. Get the machine home, spend some time getting to know it. See what a different experience. See what a different experience it is sewing on the DX3. I'm just going to give you a little, let's have a little look at this. Look at this gorgeous buttonhole. Oh, hello. Here I am. Come closer. Oh, look at that. Look at that. And look. You know, a couple of threads that I need to clip. Look at the quality of that. I tell you what, Gary, that's the best looking buttonhole I've seen for a good while. That is the best looking, seriously, that is.
Well, I'm going to change your mind slightly on that. The reason I'm going to change your mind slightly on that, because I've just done to a heavy wool fabric. Yeah. And as we know, keyhole buttonholes are not the easiest to do. And have a look at the quality of the keyhole buttonhole. So all I did was just reprogram it with a keyhole style. I've changed nothing at all on the
Look, that is immaculate.
And the great thing with the keyhole buttonhole with ourselves as well, again, that being that sort of style that we do, it hasn't, because a lot of people when they do keyhole, you notice the actual the eyelet really looks more like a D. Yeah. Is because they do it half and half.
Yes.
With Juki, we do the whole eyelet first, so it's perfectly round, and that's what gives it again that professional finish.
Quality. Now we have some questions for you. Number one, Susan asks, is this machine suitable for beginners? Because sometimes it can be a bit, oh, is it going to be too much for me?
Yeah.
Well, is it suitable for beginners?
As you can see, as a beginner sewer, I have played with nothing at all. I've used a touch controller on the front. It set widths for me, lengths for me automatically. It suggested what foot to use as well. So certainly, again, as a beginner, it really, really looks after you and holds your hand as such to say. Yeah. But obviously, there's more advanced sewing, which again that's the natural progression. If you enjoy it and you've got a machine that allows you to, then when I want to start playing with different fabrics, different threads, have different finishes, as you can see, you don't have to fiddle, you don't have to play.
Yeah.
So as a beginner,
Well, Anne's asked something
perfectly.
similar. She says, could you tell me, is the DX suitable for a newbie or is it a bit complex? Thank you, love watching the shows. I just need to start actually sewing.
Yeah.
Anne, come with us,
And
come
then
with us.
that's it. It's taking that journey. As we know, it is that higher level. It is an investment, but as you can hear, there are people who say years down the line,
Yeah.
they've got their machine still. They love using the machines. Therefore, it's a great investment.
Yeah.
And also, then it makes it value for money that
Yeah.
way. So yes.
Well, you've got to buy for longevity as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Don't buy for the sewer you are now. Buy for the sewer you want to be in the future. Don't make the mistake I made. My first sewing machine was really simple, really basic. And you think intuitively, oh, that's the best thing for a beginner. It was a waste of money. Within probably 2 weeks, I'd realised I'd outgrown it already. That was money down the drain. I had to wait about 2 years before I could justify buying the machine I should have bought first, which then I had for years and years and years. And it was one that, yes, absolutely was more complex in what it could do. But I mean, it's easy peasy to use.
Well, so, as I also say as well, then if you give me a budget machine, I can make it do certain things because I know how to adjust, I know how to fiddle, I know how to play.
Yeah.
A beginner who buys a budget machine doesn't know how to do this.
No.
So a budget level machine for a beginner is not really a first step.
No, because that's the one that needs all the tweaking.
That's the one that needs actually a lot
Yeah.
of adjustments, a lot of playing. So going into this level, you're starting on sort of the higher level, but you're starting with a machine that will look after you.
Yep.
It will look after your different fabrics as well.
Love that. A few more quick questions for you, Gary.
Yep.
First one, how do we change the feet? Do I need a screwdriver?
So it's what they class as a low shank. So yes, if we're using things like the walking foot, ruler feet, etc. that way, then it is a screw there. But in the main, little button at the back, you just press that. That will then just drop the base plate off. Obviously, this one's plugged in.
Yeah.
So, and then if I want to then just go in and put the utility feet back on, then obviously they just click back into place as well.
Did I take it away?
Been moved, that's all right. I've
Not
got it.
there, no?
Nope. I've
Next
hidden them right
question.
underneath there.
Hi, can you tell me what the space right of the needle is, please? 8 inches, I know that.
Yep.
8 inches wide, 5.2 inches tall. That is almost as important as the distance from the needle to the right. That's 8 inches. This is also really important because if you think about a big, something like a quill, like can you tell me the throat space? Maxine asked the same question. 8 inches to the right of the needle, but 5.2 inches high. Now, to put that into context, the machine I was using yesterday had a height of 4 inches. So you've got 1.2 inches higher than that. You can get a lot of quilt in there. You can get a lot of extra curtain in there.
That's it. As we know, anything like that, large amount of fabrics, you are rolling it.
You are.
So it doesn't matter how long you've got, whether you say you can go up 12-inch arms, etc. that way. If you've got a shortened height on there, then obviously you're restricted to your height as well. So and this is why, if you notice the shape of this, we specifically wanted that larger curved area in there. So,
Got you.
because obviously when you're doing soft furnishings, you say curtains, quiltings, you're using large amount of fabrics.
You are.
Yeah.
Wendy from Lancashire says, could I see the information screen, please? So like the LCD screen, to see if I can see the information as I am visually impaired. That's a really good question.
That is absolutely brilliant.
So if we just, we can see, could you just move this? Oh, we can move the camera. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the nice thing about the information screen, obviously there's machines out there. Some of them, yes, they've got slightly bigger screens, but they give you so much information. And certainly a lot of it is information you don't need for the specific sewing you're doing. This will give you the information only for the sewing that you're doing. And as you can see, it's not jammed full of lots of little icons and things like that. It tells me the stitch number. It tells me a suggestion of what foot I can use. Obviously, give me a picture whether I'm on straight stitch or zigzag needle plate. It's given me whether I've got the needle going to stop automatically down or automatically up, which obviously I can program how I want on there. It's given me the picture of the stitch in the middle. It's given me the width or needle position, and it's given me the stitch length as well. So we find it is a very, very clear screen.
All the important stuff without the irrelevance.
Exactly,
really.
and the information you need to know about that stitch you're doing.
Brill, thanks for showing us that, Gary. That's wonderful. Any more questions? Can I do free motion quilting using my DX3, Gary?
Yep, free motion quilting, free motion painting, thread painting, creative sewing. Yeah, absolutely no problem. As we've said as well, you're not restricted to certain threads. We can play around with the different threads as well. So if we want to use the quilting threads, creative threads, obviously things like metallic threads and that as well, the machine loves that.
Yeah, you can drop your feed dogs. You don't get a darning foot with it, but we've got a quilter's foot package, which you're going to absolutely love. We'll do that in a few moments, which does include a walking foot and a darning foot. So, but your machine absolutely can do free motion quilting.
Yep, no problems at all.
Yeah. Any more
also,
questions,
we
Hannah?
have got like hand effect quilt stitching in here as well.
Oh, I like that.
So we've got all of our plique stitching in here in various guises, which we can also elongate and mirror image as well, so we can play around with those. Obviously, for our different weights of fabrics, absolutely no problems. Obviously, something we haven't even touched on yet, obviously the extension table, which we are putting in as part of the offer on there, but something else is our professional feet.
Oh, tell me more about this. So you get professional feet with the machine.
This is exactly it. So obviously, as Juki's, obviously we deal with our the industrial side. Why not bring it to the domestic side on the attachments as well? Because
I agree.
Again, having those right attachments, which makes the job looking so much more professional, but also making life easier as well.
Well, I've got to be honest, Gary, it's the thing I love most about my UX8.
Yeah.
Those professional grade feet.
Absolutely.
It's the best bit about the machine.
Well,
and you
again-
get some with this.
Yes, and
but
this
these
is-
are extras.
These are
You're not
normal
paying
extras.
for these.
Yeah.
But these are extras on top of the normal machine package. But you're getting 172.85's worth of extras. That's that extension table, but also these two professional feet.
On there. And what do they do? Well, one of them is what we call a 2.5mm compensating foot. So on there, and then that gives us the compensating foot. Literally does what it says on the tin. It will compensate for different thicknesses. On that one, yeah. So 2.5mm, and then at the moment we've got it on a side seam, so like a pair of jeans, where you've got a single layer and a triple layer. So with the actual foot itself, one side of it is sprung loaded. So it will actually then compensate for that different levels of thicknesses. So it will pressurise it at the same size, so it feeds it straight, but also it acts as a guide as well. So it gives you that perfect parallel line.
Gary, I'm just thinking as a quilter now, if I wanted to stitch to very slightly to one side of a seam line on my quilts for like stitching in the ditch. In the ditch does not mean down the middle in no man's land between two pieces of fabric. It's very slightly to one side.
That's it, yeah.
Can I use that foot to do it?
Absolutely perfect.
Amazing.
That for that.
Okay,
So-
sold. Love it.
So
love
that
it, love
is-
it, love it. Teresa
Yeah. On.
has asked how many stitches. It's 155 different stitches on the machine.
Plus the
three
three
alphabets.
alphabets,
You've got how many buttonholes?
So on here you've got 15, well, technically 16 buttonholes.
16?
Why do we need so many buttonholes? Well, why not? Because a lot of time now, certainly with creative soft furnishing for tie backs, for tab
Stretch
curtains,
fabrics,
stretch fabrics,
thick.
bag making, make
Yeah.
it creative, make it decorative.
Yeah.
And obviously, if the buttonhole is good enough to be shown off, we've got the styles on there to do that. So
Well, and also
which
as
is
well,
really
Gary,
nice.
you've shown us the quality of the buttonholes, and they are ones you want to show off.
And how easy they are.
Love it.
You are going to use them on that.
Back to
yeah.
those professional feet.
So that's the compensating foot, and then the other one which we find which people do struggle with as well, and is people use a lot of time they use half feet and things like that, is piping.
Yes.
So obviously piping, if it's not precise, you do see obviously a big difference when coming to do the edge. So with the actual machine, we're also putting a 4.8mm piping foot with it, so which is the most common one, and as you can see, it gives you that absolute professional finish on there. And the reason being is the actual foot itself has got the groove taken underneath, so it sits and clamps the piping, the covering and the fabric in
that
one
literally
go.
goes over the top of the piping, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So as it runs along, it literally clamps and sews it all together. And because your needle adjustment will sit right next to where the groove is, it
Yes.
is that perfect position. And
What was
again,
it, 32 needle positions?
32 needle position, but this one you don't actually have to adjust.
don't
it on
need
here
to.
because it's lined up automatically with the groove like it would be on the
Beautiful.
industrial machine.
Beautiful.
Both of the industrial feet as well, as you can see, they're not clip-on, they are low shank, obviously, which they then screw onto the machine.
Yeah.
As you can see, they are they're sprung loaded ankles, so for undulating over the different thicknesses, different layers, then it will cope then with your ups and downs of sewing. So it's not a simple clip-on plastic foot. They are proper, and that's why we do call them our professional range, because they are like a mini version of a full industrial foot on there.
But a few people asking, is there a 1/4-inch patchwork foot with the machine? And there is one with the package of feet that we're selling.
Yeah.
But can I do my 1/4-inch patchwork?
You can certainly do your 1/4 inch without even changing the foot.
See, this is better.
So using the utility foot what's on there, on the front of the machine as well, we've then got a button. We just press that, and as you can see, we've now got a 1/4-inch stitch.
Yeah.
So when we're sewing, then we've got that lined up with the edge of our foot, and then all we need to do is line the edge of the foot up. The needle position is obviously automatically moved into the correct position. Just press start, and away we go.
Yeah.
Obviously, the nice thing about that, because of the feed system, it just feeds it so accurately.
Yeah.
Obviously, I am not hardly guiding or holding the machine or the fabric at all. I'm just letting it take it through, which I say that's what we should do on there. I'm just going to stop that, cut the threads, and then just let you have a little look at that. Yeah. So obviously I've run it next to the other line that we did just briefly when we first started.
Yeah.
So as you can see, this is then our 1/4 inch seam.
Yeah.
Just going down the edge here.
And Gary, that is my choice. I don't use a patchwork foot for my piecing ever. I use the regular foot on my machine and the patchwork stitch. That gives me the most perfect results ever. I'm totally with you on that. Yeah. Yes, you can buy 1/4-inch feet, but you don't need to. It's right there on your machine.
A lot of machines need it, and it's the same as with the walking foot as well. Again, that's part of the extra package that we put on with it. But if you've obviously all the different fabrics we're using, I very rarely use a walking foot because of that box feed system on there. And also, if you've noticed when it's feeding through, and the reason other machines, then you need things like the 1/4-inch foot with a guide on to hold it into place, the walking foot to hold your layers into place. If you notice as well, when I'm doing this, it wasn't automatically trying to push it off to the side, left or right. Again, I know I keep reverting back to it because it's that box feed system again.
It does make sense, Gary.
It's
fundamentals. Yeah. You're very good at reminding us, actually, Gary, that it is fundamentals that count. The whistles and bells. This machine's got gorgeous whistles and bells. 155 stitches
built in,
16 buttonholes, loads of lovely decorative stitches, heirloom stitches, but it ain't nothing if the fundamentals aren't right. This is all metal chassis.
Yes, yep.
This is full metal chassis. This is quality. This is a box feed. This is the best kind of box feed that Juki do. There are machines 3 times the price of this that have the same quality feed system as this DX3. Use your split pays, £172.85 to get the machine, sorry, £269 to get the machine home. You're getting £172.85's worth of freebies, including that huge professional extension table and those 2 industrial feet, professional grade feet with your machine. I'm blown away by the quality of the build. I am blown away by the durability, the warranty, the fact that I can use this in business and the warranty stays the same. Sew on it all day, every day. Absolutely amazing. We're going to be coming back to the machine in a short while. If it's in your basket, please check out your basket. It's not yours until you do. I don't want you to miss out on £172.85's worth of freebies or the machine as a whole. We have got limited stocks of this machine. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, George is going to join me over here with this. Has blown my mind. Stick around, I'll see you after this.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Come on, make yourself cosy. I'm just here at my humble abode. Now, on the 1st of September, we're going to be launching my brand new quilting book. It's called Quilts from the Country. There are 30 brand new quilt projects in the book, and you can quilt them all through the year. I know you're going to love it. So make sure you join me here on Sewing Street on the 1st of September for the launch of my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. Now, get cosy by the fire and let's have some crumpets.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
It is wonderful to have your company. George is here from Juki. Welcome back, George.
All right.
Very good to see you. This machine has completely blown me away. It's an industrial blind hemmer. I mean, what even is that? Can you just show everyone at home what you showed me? Because this completely blew my tiny mind. Right,
so sewing along. So this is a hem folded up on there.
Yeah, so like a sleeve, well, a cuff hem or
trouser
a trouser
leg,
hem.
curtains, anything you want to sew on the back and don't want it to show through the front.
Right, so literally all you've done there is just like piece of fabric, folded up a single hem, and you've just sewn through it. Look at the hem, right? So that was on the top, that's what you sewed. Now look at this. Where's the line of sewing? Where is it? How is it sewn through the fabric, but it's not showing on the other side, George?
So this machine, it has a curved hook in it, a curved needle.
Because I'm used, if I want to do a blind hem on a sewing machine, I have to fold my fabric so it's like a zigzaggy letter S or something.
Yeah.
And then it does like a little stitch down and over and a bite in, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. This is nothing like that.
You always get that big showing through on the other side.
You always get a tiny little stitch.
So I'm here using bright red thread.
I know, but look, nothing. Like a real line of sewing on one side. I know this is like, you know, a man who's seen fire for the first time, but honestly, that's one side and that's the other. And the fabric wasn't twisted or manipulated in any funny way. It was literally folded, a hem, flat through the machine, but somehow nothing showing.
And that's strong on there as well, isn't it? That's not coming off.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Do it again.
So another piece of fabric. This is slightly finer. So I've got a little dial here which actually increases and decreases the amount of fabric that's being put into that needle. So the hand wheel turns away from you, which is unusual on a machine.
I can actually see how this machine works now. It's wild. I've never seen anything like. Look at that. Look at that. It's absolutely. It's mind blowing. Look, that's on one side, and that's on the other. But I've seen. This is what's happening that I can see.
Yeah.
George, correct me if I'm wrong, but the needle's coming in from this side. The needle's actually like this. It's not like this. Am I right?
It's like scooping.
It's scooping this away. Hi, lovelies. What are you doing to me? I said no more machines. Now this miracle of a machine. I need it. Patricia, I'm with you. My voice has gone really high because it's but you literally, the needle is going like that and picking up the top fabric, which is why it's not showing underneath.
The underneath, because you just catch a few threads.
It's wild.
So even on like thinner fabrics as well, it is that accurate.
Amazing.
So put this underneath.
So cool. Dressmakers, you need one of these. £579, 0 interest on the split pays.
So it's grabbing a little bit too much. So
3 split pays, £193. Can you see? You can see the needle. Keep going like that. Can you see that's? It's almost like a person doing it.
So I'll do it nice and slowly, although of course you can whip it through.
Yeah. This is like an ASMR, like. It's
so I need a little bit more because it hasn't. So this is the adjustment.
Understood. So you make these little adjustments.
Yeah.
So it's just picking up a few threads. So you test your fabric first. Is that doing the business?
A bit more. We'll come to the end. Because the other nice thing about this, bring that needle down, come to the end, and that's caught it. And you can
absolutely amazing. Look at that. So nothing showing. And there's your stitching on the other side. Now, just to show you, there's no fault here. This side hasn't caught, and that's because you needed a little bit more of a scoop on the needle to pick up the threads.
Yes, yeah, I needed it to be slightly deeper. So if we can get the camera on here.
Slight little...
This tiny little piece in here is what feeds the fabric up and down. So by turning this dial, it actually raises the base up and down. So you can see with that light on there, that this whole
We're just going to pull back a little bit just so you can see. This is the dial. So this is just lifting or lowering the amount of fabric underneath that it's going to grab.
Exactly.
So if it's not quite catching the fabric, more. And if it's the stitches are showing on the other side, less.
Yes.
See, that was easy for me to compute. They're flying out like hot potatoes. A quarter of the stock's gone. George is brilliant, isn't he? You absolutely open my eyes every time you come.
The beauty, because this is a chain stitch technically, because it's one thread. So the way I
there's no bobbin.
No.
I've just had my prayers answered. What was I saying earlier on? I want a machine that I don't have to put a bobbin in, and this is it.
So, by taking out the way I do, it locks the thread. But if I do make a mistake, if I carefully unhook that last thread, that thread
that's
just comes
me.
straight
That was
out.
me. Oh, we missed that. Can we just do it again? Do it again.
Well, where am I? Can we see? Can we see? Go on, pull that thread out there.
Right, hang on
you
then.
just pull that. That is unhooked now, so that will come right out.
We might need camera 2, mightn't we? Can you hold that a bit at the front for me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Right, wait a minute. There we go.
So by pulling the right thread, I've unlocked the stitch. So if I'm taking a pair of trousers down, taking a pair of trousers up, or made a mistake.
Sorry, George. Go on. Yes, don't do that. Yes, if you're taking some trousers up, that's what you would do. But if you needed to let them down, George, then you would pull on that thread.
Yeah.
Good. I do apologise, George. I'm so sorry. Right, once everyone's checked out, half the stock's gone.
Right.
This is brilliant. Can we do shirt hems on this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can.
Anything you want to hem. This looks amazing. Is it good for shirt hems? Derek, you're my shirt making guru. Yeah, you can, can't you?
Yep. Yeah,
It's wild, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. It is brilliant. Now
here, when I'm finishing the stitch, this is good when you finish the stitch. Bring the needle down so that it's on its way down. It's in between that hook.
Yeah.
Lower the bed, so it's got a knee lift to lower.
Oh, I see
to
that.
untake the fabric and then pull it out the back.
Yep.
That then locks the stitch, so it won't come undone.
So it won't come undone?
No, unless I unlock it.
Yeah. That's really clever, isn't it? The finish is amazing. I still can't get over the fact that you've got stitching on one side, nothing on the other, and it's. I mean, this is just. Look, it's flawless. Look, there's the underside. There's the right. Obviously, you've done a single hem there, which of course could be that edge could be overlocked.
Yes, so
but can we do a double hem?
I've got my trousers that I'm going to take up.
There they are. There they are. So we've got.
So generally on suit trousers, you don't want to fold it up too many times.
No, you don't. You don't want the bolt.
No.
So that's overlocked, and so we need to sew this.
So if I undo my little screw here and bring this out, look at the size of that free arm.
Wow! Look, this is your free arm. So literally, if you're doing children's wear,
Cuffs.
small cuffs,
children's, babies, and
it's rather fabulous. I've just purchased the machine that I've been waiting 40 years for. Joyce in Gloucestershire, I think, is a very happy woman today. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Isn't that
We've
brilliant?
got YouTube videos as well where I go through the setup, everything, because this is, as you can see, fully metal. It's a fully metal industrial machine. There's a little clamp that comes with it to put it on the table, So on our YouTube channel, I go through the setup of it, changing the needle, everything as well.
And do I need to overlock fabric in order to... I can do a double hem, can't I? I could turn a double hem and do this.
Well,
So this could even be for something like an envelope back for a cushion that normally we do, like a double hem and then stitch, and then you've got top stitching showing. This way you could do it, no top stitching showing.
Well, this is, so I've got a bit of curtains.
Curtains, yeah.
So there's two things with this. It doesn't show through the other side. And also, because it isn't a lock stitch, it allows the curtains to flow. This is the professional way of doing curtains.
Yeah. And of course, it is an industrial machine. So if you are thinking, well, I do already, or I want to turn my sewing into a business.
Must have.
Ta-da. I mean, I didn't even know these machines existed.
So I've got my guide at the front here, which I can follow along the edge on as well. Again, personally, I would always do some stitches by hand.
Sure.
And you're
And then
away.
you've got that foot pedal.
Needle down between that hook,
yeah.
lower the bed, out the back, and that locks the stitch.
It's absolutely, look, it's flawless. It is a flawless finish. So professional. Now, George, I started sewing because of the eye-watering cost of ready-made curtains. That was actually the reason why I bought my first sewing machine, so I could make curtains. Then, when I realised that on my sewing machine you were going to end up seeing a line of stitching across the hem, I ended up sewing all my curtains by hand.
Yeah.
Would you believe?
Exactly.
Because I didn't want the sewing to show. It's taken me until this age to realise there's actually a machine that could do all of that flawlessly. Wow. I'm blown away, honestly. It's absolutely brilliant.
So
absolutely brilliant.
With the machine, we supply 4 of these extra fine threads as well. That's
All right.
60 weight that Garry was talking about earlier.
60 weight, generally available. Very
Yes,
easily. Yeah, it's
as-
not like
as well.
It,
Yeah.
Yes, it's a specific. You do need to use the 60 weight thread.
No, you don't have
No?
to. No, so for example, for curtains, because you've got that extra layer for wools as well, you don't need to use that 60 weight thread. But certainly for suit trousers, even like, you can go very, very fine on this as well. So that lighter thread helps.
It's absolutely amazing. You get those threads thrown in, save over £66. And also, as well, I noticed that you've got this amazing light.
Yes,
Light. Did you spot that?
magnetic.
Oh, wow.
So this can go on here, or on here, goes on there, and you've got the light over it.
That's amazing. That's absolutely,
Just on and
that's
off.
brilliant. So that's a mains light that plugs into the mains?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Oh, I just think this is incredible. And well done everyone who's checked out their baskets. That is absolutely awesome piece of kit. I do need to let you know that there are single figures left of this machine up for grabs. Now do check out your baskets. If this is sitting in your basket, I don't want you to miss out. Jenny Jackson's in the house. She has emailed in to say, good morning Stuart and Garry and George, Team Juki.
I need to give Jenny a call, actually.
But Jenny's a huge fan of Juki. I'm a huge fan of Juki. Love it. This is amazing. But this is a brand called Tony.
So this is a brand called Tony, which we used to sell about 30 years ago, loads of them. Then it got copied. And because this has to be so precise, the copies were rubbish. The copies look exactly like this, literally down to the colour and everything.
Right.
Everyone thought the Tonys were bad, but it's not. It's the cheap copies.
This is the quality. This is the real deal.
Exactly.
It's the OG.
Sometimes when you go, the belt will slip. That's actually a safety measure, because rather than forcing the needle, the belt slips on it.
So if that's happening, what do I
Just-
need to do to correct it?
Just
Okay.
ease it forward.
So this now, you're hemming your trouser hem.
Yes.
So you've overlocked the edge. You could have zigzagged it. You could have used the overlocking function on your DX3. So if you haven't got an overlocker, you can combine the two. This is where these machines work in perfect harmony together.
Excuse the accuracy of this, I haven't got two hands.
Sure. Normally you'd have that foot pedal on the floor, you'd be using your foot for it.
There. Ah, you see, so I need to adjust that.
Yes, so let me just show you this because this is an important point. Now, the thing is, actually, in many ways, if that was navy thread, I would be thrilled to bits if I'd managed to achieve that. Can you see you can see the stitching very slightly. So you were saying you need to adjust that so it's slightly less.
Yes, so on the dial here, I've got a less and a more.
Yep.
And in this case, a little bit less.
It actually says less and more. My brain loves things like that. There are numbers as well, but it does actually say less and more. This is how much of the under fabric you're picking up. This is whether your stitches are going to show, not show. So I love that you're showing us where this is a fault in the sense that you need to adjust that to pick up less. But even so...
Should we see if I can take the thread out and do it again?
Do it again. Do it again. More in baskets than we have. More in baskets than we have. Absolutely amazing.
My tweezers.
You need some tweezers?
I do indeed.
So to unlock, it's a chain stitch, isn't it?
It is a chain stitch. And you've got to get the needle. So where I've crossed over here, it's a bit tricky to get my needle in there. But you get your needle between the last two loops and ease the thread out.
Okay.
And then you can just pull it and the stitch will come straight out. Might be on the wrong one. I am getting there.
That's all right, because you've overlapped, haven't you?
Yeah, so I'm getting
your job a little harder.
You don't have to stitch right on the edge like I've done here as well. You can stitch along just the centre.
Sure.
Of the hem.
Yeah.
I might have to come back to this one.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about it.
Well,
don't worry.
On the free motion, a cuff.
Yeah, let's do that.
So this is really nice. So this is stretch fabric as well.
Ooh.
What I can do is loosen off the tension a little bit and that will allow it to...
So this is your tension up here?
Yes.
So yoga pants, active wear, sweatpants, things like that?
So I'm going to do a little bit less.
When was this technology invented, Gary? George, sorry.
Oh, Gary's probably the man to ask,
Garry.
actually. How long have we been?
About 60 years ago.
They've scaled it down onto for a tabletop. But yeah, first hem up in factory was about 60 years ago.
I hate the fact, Gary, that 60 years ago was like late 60s. I just really hate it.
I'm joining that club soon as
Yeah,
well. So.
yeah. Just going to turn your mic back on, Gary. Come here.
So, there.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool. And look, as well, it's not puckering, it's not gaping. Absolutely smashing.
So hemless dress just comes right to the end.
Yeah, brilliant. It's so cool, so cool. I've literally got low single fit. How many in baskets, Hannah? Way more than we have. Way more than we have. Wow, not everyone's going to get one of these today, I'm afraid. Any final things to leave us with, George?
I haven't done the wool yet.
Let's do the wool.
So this is, again, thick, proper coat.
Yeah, really thick coating.
Again, yeah, match the buttonholes
Very
as well.
nice.
So I think you can use these to attach lining to the inside of coats as well. Yeah.
It's that perfect fusion, isn't it? One of these and a fabulous sewing machine, you're made. And also because neither of them carries a sort of commercial voiding of any kind of warranty, industrial machine, and you can use your DX3 industrially, commercially, without voiding your warranty. It doesn't even limit the warranty. This is a business.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Job, as we know, we're in business.
Yeah.
Time is money.
Yeah, of course it is. And you only afford to do things once. You don't want to have to redo things. You want to be able to do things accurately, neatly, perfection, really.
It's also with something like the hemmer as well. If anybody's ever taken a pair of curtains or something or a pair of trousers to a seamstress to have it done professionally, how much that costs you.
I was going to say.
Just say it soon pays for itself in a few hems. Yeah.
Exactly, and look at that. So there's the wool. There's your wool. That's hemmed, that's sewn. Look, boom, there it is. But that's what you can actually see. That would be a whole lot of nothing, George. Amazing, absolutely amazing. George, mind-blowing, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Your work is done.
Yeah.
Early break. We are going to have a very quick break, just to give you a chance to check out. We literally have the last couple. If you want to get the blind hemmer, you must use the break to do it. All right, we'll see you after this short break. Garry will be back.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, what an informative couple of hours we've had. Absolutely brilliant. I've learned so much. I hope you've been enjoying it. We're back now with Garry. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Before we go back to the machine, that fabulous Juki DX3, we've got some brand new, for us certainly, feet bundles. One really specific and brilliant for quilters, one for dressmakers. Can we have a look at the quilter bundle first,
the quilting
please?
bundle first, absolutely. So,
oh, we haven't got many left. Oh my goodness, wow, we haven't got many left. Single figures. What have we got here?
right, so within first of all, the quilting bundle, first of all, obviously, what we will say, there are variations of different feet and they can look the same. Straight away, what I will say, there's no such thing as universal.
That was just upsetting me.
Indeed, yeah, sorry. I was the one who turned it around the other way.
There we go.
So obviously these are specifically designed for the feed system, for the width of the stitch, for the control. So it lines it up to give you that perfect. Again, I always say, if something's stating universal, walk away. Is because it can't be. Even the same manufacturer will use different fittings, have different width controls, etc. that way. So even with the same manufacturer, it can't be universal. So with the walking foot, obviously, which it comes with there, obviously it's designed with the box feed system in mind, so it's that perfect travel.
Gary, sorry to stop you for a second. I've just realised that there was a little bit of a flipping error on the website where the images are around the wrong way. So if you're going, we're swapping them back now as we speak, but if you're going for the quilting bundle, kind of ignore the picture. The description's completely right, and what Gary's showing you now is completely right, but the picture that's on the website has flipped with the dressmaking package. Sorry about that. We're working on it right now. Sorry, Gary. So you get your walking foot.
No problem. So the walking foot is on there. So with that, obviously, we know for our patchwork and sort of certainly for quilting, we're using multiple layers, not so much the patchwork, sorry. And then obviously things like velvet and there as well, where you have the deep
brush
pile.
cotton, it's
brush
good for.
cotton's absolutely great. So anything with that movement within pile, obviously giving you that top feed system for the pressure is absolutely brilliant there. It also then comes within the bundle, the 1/4 inch patchwork foot. So this is the one without the guide. So obviously it's designed to sit flat on the fabric with your patchworking in the middle. We've also then the 1/4 inch foot with the guide. As we know, the machines themselves have already got the 1/4 inch stitch built into it, but we do know some people do love that, having that guide there. A lot of quilters
love that. The downside of that sometimes is if, say, for example, you want to sew 1/4 inch away from a seam like stitch quilting, but you've got the other one without the guide. Perfect.
That's it, and that's why we introduced both of them into that package.
Great.
And obviously, something which is very big at the moment is in the ditch stitching. Obviously, for that certain program that's been on, and it's got the in the ditch foot with that package as well. So those are the.
If you don't know what that is at home, by the way, Gary, what do you mean by an in the ditch?
So it's basically when you're. It's a central guide. So as you say, when you're butting two edges of fabric up to each other, obviously in the ditch is not literally, as you rightly said on there, you're not stitching in the centre because it's going to miss it completely on there. Where you want to catch just the edge. So you've got that central, virtually invisible seam of joining two pieces of fabric. So obviously having that guiding system, which makes life easier.
And that guide sort of goes in between the two fabrics.
That's it. You've got the
and then your stitch is just to one side of it.
That's it. I think we can see on there where that centre guide is. So we literally would then butt fabric up against each side of that central bar.
Yeah.
Right there.
Gorgeous. That's perfect. So you've got your darning foot for free motion quilting.
I'm going to... Darning foot obviously is available. Don't get me wrong there. This is a free motion foot, not a darning foot. So the big difference on there, the darning foot, which you generally would know, is what they call then a hopper foot.
Hopping.
So it bounces up and down. And obviously what you don't want to do is the foot bounces up and down. You don't want your fabric bouncing up and down, which obviously it allows it to do. So ours is what we call a floating foot. So on here, so it's got obviously the nice circular finish on there. Obviously it's all metal as well, so it's a lot stronger. Obviously it doesn't need to be metal where it's screwed on. It's the main moving part itself. And you can see it's sprung loaded on there. So there is an amount of movement there, but it doesn't hop, it doesn't bounce. So therefore it's not allowing your fabric to move. And also, but also it's causing obviously a lot less vibration as well. But what we do have is a height adjustment screw. So what we do, it doesn't matter then what thickness of wadding, quilting, whether we're then just doing it on flat fabrics, we can adjust the screw on here. So it floats just above the top of the fabric to stop
and
any
they do
movement.
just glide over the surface of the fabric. That's really cool. So just to quickly round up then, for £89.95, you get your walking foot. I mean, they're around £40, £50 a piece, aren't they?
Easily £50, absolutely.
You've got your gliding free motion quilting foot. You've got your 2 1/4 inch patchwork feet, one with and one without guide, and you've got the in the ditch quilting foot. Ignore the pictures on the website. These are the 5 feet you get. £89.95 is an amazing price. You're saving over £30. Now, we've also got a second foot package. This is really geared towards dressmaking and home decor, soft furnishings, isn't it, Gary?
Absolutely. So with the sort of the sewing package as such to say, right in there, wonderful. So these are the most common feet we are asked for as optional extras. So this is why we've made a package out of these particular feet. So first of all, the roll hem foot. 3mm roll hem gives you that nice fine edging obviously on the fine fabrics that way. We have then our double gathering foot. And when I say double gathering foot, so it's not a single, it has got the double step in. So we can actually then gather and sew on at the same time as well, rather than just gather there. We have then got our double piping foot. So again, a lot of people are not even aware of the double piping, but again, for that creative, decorative, again, going more to that edging of cushions for bag makers, absolutely brilliant. So it gives you that perfect parallel double piping lines there.
Is that a narrow zip foot, I see?
The narrow zip foot.
Ooh.
But it's a personal thing, but obviously a lot of people do agree on this. I think zip feet have gone backwards. Is because years ago, it was always a half a foot, which you could then adjust and get that fine tuning on there.
Yes.
Obviously, zip feet that come with machines now have a bulk part at the back of the foot. So therefore, on some levels of zips, the heavier zips, etc., that way, it doesn't butt up against the edge of the zip because it's too bulky. So our narrow zip foot is taken back to like originally how zip feet
It wasn't
were developed.
broken.
Exactly, and that. So the narrow zip foot, very, very important that way.
Can't believe the price, $43.82. This is half price for all these feet. Absolutely amazing.
Especially
That's 4 out of 7.
And that's 4 out of 7, especially when it includes the bias binder as well, because obviously the bias binding attachment is obviously it's not a small foot, it is a nice big attachment on that one as well.
Yep.
It's designed for sort of 24, 25 mil bias binding.
Yep.
Also, the #1 selling foot, invisible zip foot.
Invisible zip?
Obviously.
Everybody asks about this.
Invisible zips. Once you learn how to put an invisible zip in, you very rarely look back. But having the foot, there's 2 feet and there's a metal foot because most people ask for a metal invisible zip foot.
Right.
And so we tell them, well, why do you want metal? And they think because of strength, but all the foot does is hold that fabric down. It doesn't need to be metal.
Clear's better, surely, because you can see the
that
coil.
That is 100%, yeah. And that's why we put the clear.
Oh, I love
on
it when
with
I get the answer.
So, and that's it. So that is brilliant that way. And then also our button sew-on foot as well. Obviously, machines nowadays have the stitch built into actually to sew them buttons on. The difference is, obviously, if you've got a button and it accidentally moves underneath your foot and the needle strikes it, obviously that causes problems that way. We have designed this one specifically with a rubber grip on.
Love those.
So it holds, stop the button from twisting, from moving. So again, it's safety feature then for your machine when sewing.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, it's about to sell out. You're just in time. If you're really, really quick, you can get that foot package. 7 dressmaking and home decor style feet that fit your Juki for $43.82. They're half price. That's wild. We do need to just spend 3 minutes perhaps on the machine. Lots and lots of you interested in the machine. It's the DX3 from Juki. You get £172.85 worth of freebies, including a massive extension table and 2 industrial all-metal feet. But tell me about the machine, Gary. A quick overview.
Yeah, quick overview on there. So we have got the 8-inch arm, 20 centimetres, but we have got over 5 inches in height as well. So even though there are longer arm machines out there, the longer arm generally isn't a lot without the extra height. So having the extra height with the rolling area, it does give you large capacity, so which is really nice. Has dual, basically LED light systems on there as well. Nice white light, so nice and bright, no heat. So having the extension table, as we say, with the offer on there, that we've got a nice large extension table, but when that comes off, it does then give us our sleeve arm. We have our drop feed mechanism built into it as well.
So we can do free motion quilting.
All free motion quilting, obviously thread painting, etc. that way. We do then get our accessory arm, which then goes on. So built in with the machine, automatically comes then with a range of feet. You've got your buttonhole attachment, as we saw, fantastic buttonholes. It actually then senses and gauges the fabric for you. You're relying on.
That is amazing.
Absolutely brilliant. So
that buttonhole foot is fabulous.
When going over your lumps and bumps and getting to the top areas with the more awkward, it looks after you.
Really.
Naturally, it comes with the utility foot. It also then comes with the patterning foot, the clear patterning foot, the blind hem foot, the standard zip foot, and also the overlocking foot. So it comes with a nice range of utility feet on there.
155 stitches, 16 buttonholes, and the quality. Well, if you saw Garry earlier on sewing those buttonholes, they are so professional. You know, sometimes it's not what you can see, it's what you can't see that make all the difference. This is full metal inside, full metal chassis, absolutely incredible. Now, Garry, George, thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely
Thank you very
amazing.
much.
Just wonderful, the pair of you. Well, now I need to let you know about tomorrow because the anniversary weekend continues. Tomorrow at 8 a.m, we are launching my brand new book. It's called Quilts from the Country, 30 beautiful patchwork and quilting projects to take you through the year. Now that's going to go on advance purchase from 7:30. You can buy the book from 7:30. I would recommend you get your book early. I mentioned earlier on, the first print run of that book has actually sold out. It doesn't even get officially published until the 12th of September, and basically it's already sold out. Now, obviously, Sewing Street have got the stock that they've bought for the launch, but I can't get any more. I rang my publisher the other day to buy more. They said, oh, we've got 24 left. I said, well, what good's that to me? But anyway, you can buy it tomorrow. But all I'm saying is if you don't get it tomorrow, you won't get it until the end of October, maybe even November. Right, 9 o'clock, we've got Moda, Lydia's Lace Quilt with Susie Duncan. At 10, Storage for Crafts with Joe Venison. At 11 o'clock, we've got the Storm at Sea Ruler with Susie again. And then at 12, more Storage for Crafts with Joe. It's going to be an amazing day. We've also got another Shop to Win competition tomorrow. You just need to buy every purchase, gets you another entry into that draw. Listen, thank you so much for your company today and all the lovely messages. I'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow.